Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's hard to believe it's been an entire week since the last time we talked. Seems like it was just the other day. Been an eventful week. As far as updates and things, just so everybody knows, if you are capable of doing it, time is short, but Friday, Saturday, and then part of the day on Sunday, we are hosting the annual Midsummer at Odensoff. That's going on in Brownsville, California at Odensoff. If you are in the area, or if you can make it so you are in the area, we would love to see you there. Please make sure you check in with your local folk builder. Any of our folk builders are capable of getting you all set up if that's something you'd like to do, and I'd love to see you guys out there. We'd also love to show off Odensoff. I suppose it's fitting that we're doing an episode on Hofs and Sacred Spaces tonight, but we're all really proud of Odensoff. We've put in almost 8 years of ritual and of sanctification of that place, and it's a really special place. So hopefully you guys get a chance to come out and see it. If not now, it's not going anywhere, so you always got an opportunity. We've got... Excellent. So we got a guy over on the side, Svan Herul. I'm really excited to make the association with you as a real life flesh and blood person here this weekend. Sounds like you'll be out at Odensoff. That's great to hear. So we have Witan Svan on tonight to talk Hofs and Sacred Spaces, and this goes for modern as well as ancient, and I suppose as well speculating about the future. So, not sure how we're gonna take this or where we're gonna start on this, Svan. But if somebody was coming from a completely different background and had never heard about Asatru, either historically or modern, what would you tell them about our concept of sacred space, about what we use historically and modern as places of worship? And I guess we can go from there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll flip that, though, because the concept, I think, first, when you meet somebody that's coming in, you want to give them that kind of hard basis. There's so much information out there. It's a maelstrom of terms and ideas and concepts. And a lot of them are coming from people, again, who haven't even constructed or created a sacred space in like a tangible time frame or in a tangible space. They haven't done it, and so they're still in the conceptualization phase when you meet a lot of people on the internet. But we have transcended that threshold numerous times now, and so we have historical and modern. So I would say first and foremost, historical stuff is important, and we acknowledge it and hold true to it as much as we can. But there are slight variations or just kind of deviations from what it may have been in the past to what it is now. In some ways, it's a way to preserve language. We're not necessarily presenting the same thing, but instead of using perhaps maybe a Latinized version of a word, we're opting with a more Germanic or Teutonic based word. And we do that quite often, mainly because I think it's important for people to understand that we are Teutonic Aryans. And so we want to use Teutonic language first. However, ever since the Normans in England, our language has introduced a lot of Latin, and that's not bad, but when there's a lend towards the historical, we do that, but that doesn't always equate to the same thing in history. We're just using the historical word in a modern context. And so I think a lot of people that don't are unable to breach that are either dishonest with themselves or maybe perhaps dishonest with other people around them, or they're dead set on making the equivalency, but then they're caught in the time that they're trying to reenact or reconstruct, if you will, for more positive view on that. But the biggest thing I would say is modern and here now. If you're in Asatru and you're in the AFA, the biggest thing to understand is that we have Hoffs. So a Hoff is a temple or a church. Oftentimes it's a building dedicated. And for a long time, a matter of fact, I was reading this book in preparation for the week. And in this book, they still speculated that there were no actual official houses of worship or houses of religious ceremonial usage in our Nordic ancestors, or even down into Germany, because this book does go all the way into that. And that's has been debunked. That is, they have physically found excavation sites now with pillars, with gifts, with actual structures and foundations built with no other purpose. There was no granary, there was no tanning, there was no wood carving. It was a religious structure, and it had pillar spots. The pillars were gone, but the foundational rocks and stones that held those pillars. So on a general sense, when we speak to other Americans, if our fellow Americans don't understand Asatru culture, and we have our own culture, and so when we say to other Americans about it, we oftentimes just use the word church because it's easy. Churches have kind of some of them, you have grand cathedrals and the architecture and all of that stuff, that European aptitude for architecture is beautiful. So I think a lot of Christians that are engaging us think that we don't like that, or we're in some sort of mindset that's terrible. That's not the case. But most of the time, religious spaces for Christians have changed, evolved to the times. And so as a lot of the faith amongst them starts to wane, especially in areas, we have come in and bought places, whether it was a meeting hall or an actual physical church, and we change it to our purpose, much like the gods changed Ymir and shaped Ymir to their purposes. We have done the same. And so I think that on a general sense, when we talk to people, church, but that's to people outside of the community. Inside the inner guard, everyone knows that's a Hoff. A Hoff is a sacred building. It really just means house. But over time, Nordic words have changed to mean specifically connected to things like an elevation. Like if there was a woman named, a Frau, a Fraua, that was a woman. But a Fru was specifically a woman connected to station. She was like a queen or a landowner's wife. Hoff is the same way. People wouldn't call their houses Hofs. They knew that word meant a very special place. And so those buildings are now what we call Hofs, because we open them and dedicate them and bless and do land taking, which is a threshold ceremony. You preside over taking the Hofs. So under the Alsherior Godi, he comes and he takes the land in responsibility of the AFA, and we move forward from there, much in that sense that it's now no longer an outer guard thing. It is extremely an inner guard thing. And so when we refer to the Hoff, we are referring to the area and the building proper. When we talk about getting into sacred space inside and outside, that's where things get really interesting. So for the most part, I would think that it would be best to look at as like the inner sanctuary is called the Ve or the Ve stead. Those two have been kind of used interchangeably, but Ve, VE with a dash over the E, is a sacred space, the body or the internal encapsulation of the soul. Like the Ve stead of the body is the soul. So the Ve of the Hoff is the soul of the Hoff. This wasn't always the case, though. Vase were also applied to places outside, and things like that. And they had lots of other words, but we have correlated those two. And then outside of the Hoff, there may be a sacred circle or a sacred space. Oftentimes it has a stone there, and that place is also considered a Ve. It's a sacred place. You don't go in there. You don't leave your trash inside the sacred spot. You don't dispose of any trash or cigarettes within a a sacred fire in the center of that vase space. So it can apply to both outside and in, and sometimes both at a And what ultimately comes down to is the key component in every vey is the place in which we conduct our ceremonies. And we have items that are connected to our culture in the way that we connect to the gods. So what we use an Anglo-Saxon word, and I was actually looking up for the equivalent in Old Norse, and I'm getting to that, but the harrow is generally seen as the table in which all of the implements of ceremony are kept, often just referred to in a Latin sense as the altar. And then there is the harg. The harg is usually outside, and it's a stone, a natural stone, a collection of stones that is converted into kind of a table space, but it's made of stone and to withstand the outside elements. So we have the Hoff, the vey, wherever we gather, and there we have the harrow if it's indoors, and we have the harger or the harg outdoors. And that's where we conduct most of our sacred stuff in the modern day. We'll go into some history because I got a lot of that, but it's, there's so much speculation about the way that our sacred spaces, but just for people that might be familiar, there is the sacred groves that were mentioned by Tacitus, the sacred marshlands. There was also the sacred oak of the Saxons that is mentioned, and all of these places would be seen as a sacred vey. Whether they were a grove specifically or a cleared out place is that's the part that's debatable, because most likely they weren't allowed. People that wrote all this stuff down, like they probably were not allowed to go into these places. They may have seen them from a distance. But over time, it has evolved. Even in Iceland, where a lot after that transference, and much of the sagas talk about the temples are generally made from sod and stone about halfway, and then they have a gabled roof, much like a regular house. And that's because of implements and resources. And then also too, like the Swedes, they were known to worship amongst the rocks of their ancestors. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. And you really kind of, when you have been there, really focused that into me, was like, remember the Viking Age Swedes, the Svear, were worshiping amongst the Bronze Age Svear stones. And that's amazing. So groves, stones, places like that historically could be activated, used culturally.
Yeah, something to think about. A lot of those, and certainly in the most primitive times, and also when other things weren't available, a lot of natural elements were sacred in places of worship. Svan mentioned several of them, but also there were sacred islands, sometimes seen as like, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, but the idea of separateness, of sacred space existing outside of the mundane. The island is a really visually, it conveys the idea very visually that it's something set apart and isolated from the other. But yeah, I was thinking there was, I was also sacred marshes was a thing, marsh space, depending. But a lot of nature spaces, yes, and like rocks and mountains. A lot of the time, and we've mentioned it before, it's not because the place is a spiritual person, but it is perhaps because that place is home to or is special to spiritual personages. When we talk about, a tree or a rock being sacred, it's not because the rock is a person. It's because the rock serves as a home, serves as a locus for a spirit, for a land spirit, an ancestor. Rivers often a river goddess. So finding those unique nature spots was certainly, one of the very roots of sacred spaces to our ancestors.
Well, and speaking on that as well, when they saw the island, when they saw the river, when they saw the stone or the mountain, a lot of the times what they did is they equated the gods and the divine powers, whether it's the land spirits or the holy divines, that they shaped the land to make sacred, that they created the river or separated the island to be. So in a way, the structuring, the creation, the manifesting of space has been all the way back to the beginning with Odin Viljanve shaping Ymir, this theme of the creation of sacred space, so that when humans come across this, we see an island, but it's clear in historical references that this was separated by the gods for us. This is even in the story in the Gylfaginning when we talk about King Gelfi, and he goes and sees the lands that are drug away from Norway and Sweden to create the Zealand Islands. That comes from the direct intervention of a goddess as she pulled the land. So the idea, I think, that a lot of people get, where the land is some sort of stasis thing that contains magic or divine elements in it, and should not be altered or should not be cultivated or even aligned for better usage. The gods have done it numerous times. So and so I think that our ancestors really did see, is like, no, this was pulled away, made sacred by the gods, and that the reason why they may have done this is so that we could commune with them better there. And I think that's the coming of the divine to man at those holy spots, where they are enacting a will upon the sacred space just as much as the humans are. So I think that's important to get away from the idea that like everything is, if you're cutting down something, it's an extreme affront to an individual thing that is in that tree. I don't think that's the way our ancestors really saw that, or they wouldn't make boats and shields and manifest their will upon the world. I think the gods, they saw the world as a sacred place, but there's hierarchy to that sacredness. If the gods touch a place, that place is sacred, but not all the world is equivalent to that sacred place.
No, and I think, as far as looking at nature in that hierarchy, it was very different versus the inner yard versus the outer yard, and these oases of special order amongst chaos. There's a big difference in our ancestors dealing with, peaceful grazing areas that are beneficial for them versus untamed wilderness that's scary, that's dangerous, that's foreboding. And nature took on many different faces depending on the circumstance. But one of the things often with these sacred spaces is something's abnormal. In completely seemingly random chaos, there will be an oasis of order. Why is this perfect circular grove here with a rock, with a particularly table-like rock in just kind of the right spot? Or, all of these trees circling around this area make it look like a high timbered building. You'll even see that today in a little bit more mundane version of it, but only sort of. They perform weddings there and anything else. There's something called like the Cathedral of Trees or something in the Redwood Forest, where it's this, I think it's actually started from one tree initially that spread off into a number of them around a central, almost built-in amphitheater, and made these pillars, these beautiful pillars of trees around it. And when our ancestors encountered something like that, no, that's something special. We've rolled the dice. We've seen all the random formations of stuff. This looks purposeful. There must be some divine purpose to it.
Right. And I think that order is known, seen, exemplified in the gods, and then we know that. So yeah, that I think that's another. Somebody was talking about how can you say the gods are just of order? It's like, but that's how you see that order. You see it in their machinations.
Well, So I think that's an interesting point too. We talk a lot about order and chaos. It's a theme that we come back to time and again. And or there is, okay, in your head, when you're juxtaposing order to chaos, it's very easy to see chaos as like gibbering insanity, whereas order is something very structured, very proper, inherently righteous in some way. But on a more base, fundamental level, order implies action by will. Chaos is willy-nilly. Chaos doesn't have to be evil. It can be good, it can be bad, it can be both. It's completely unfiltered. Order is filtered by willpower, be it negative, positive, anything else. It's the act of a will doing something. So when our ancestors saw order in nature, it wasn't an issue of happenstance. It reflected there was something or someone that had a design for this, that had a put this into place due to their will. We look at order as good and bad, or order versus chaos as good versus bad. And I think that's right, and we're going to keep doing it. But on a more fundamental level, it's consciousness and will versus unconsciousness and randomness.
Right. Or drawing down and dissipation.
All right. Well, so we've got some questions stacking up, and it's such a broad topic that I'm sure we'll have different stuff. And I know Svan's got material that he'd like to interject.
We can do that throughout.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Just feel free to inject that in. I didn't do my normal deal, and Nick threw up the thing. So please like and share and subscribe to these things, whatever platform you find this on. We're up on Fridays on Spotify if you consume this as a podcast. If you're looking at it on YouTube, we're live right now, as well as Twitter, VK, Odyssey, Entropy. So yeah, please like, share. It helps algorithms. It helps us get more folks the opportunity to see this. And please share the old-fashioned way. If you like these, if you like what we're doing, I think that we probably have an audience that's religious and Asatru, but we probably have an audience that just finds it interesting too. And we welcome, everybody with good intentions. We welcome to come check it out. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say on Twitter, there was a gentleman that was like, he was counting the idea that we need to start from these kind of small localized grassroots movements of, tribal inclinations or community inclinations. And then we need to move up into an evolved sense of locality and places to worship and to organize. And I was just like, we're doing it. You should check us out. So you never know when there's somebody out there that's looking for the things we're already engaging in.
I'm always baffled, and this is a good problem to have. My life is so involved with the AFA, and it has been for so long. It's hard for me to wrap my head around people that are Asatru but don't know that the AFA exists, or if they do, they don't know the things that we've been up to. It's been 100% of my life, and sometimes I forget that that's not the case for everybody else. There's a lot of folks that we need to bring home that want to and should be here, but just don't know it's an option. I really wish growing up that I knew it was an option.
And if you don't know a lot about Asatru, that's the beauty of like a folk builder or a Gothar that you can get into contact with and just say, hey, talk to this guy. You don't have to be the face of Asatru if you feel uncomfortable getting into those conversations. And I think that one other thing is that we talk about, Christians, what we do and what they do and all that stuff. But I think when we talk about proselytization, it's coming out terrible. Spreading the good word, if you will. One of the big things that I think that people need to realize is that we are more or less just holding a light out for people that the gods are willfully leading in directions. And if there's no light, there's no beacon, they'll never know. But we're trying to bring people home, but it's not under the caveat of like saving souls. It's not under the caveat of that the gods are going to punish. The cycles of the soul are within their own, and the gods have their divine purpose for us, but it's not under this sense that I think that a lot of people lose sight of. Talking about your religion, or at least clarifying things. They're like, I won't do it just because it's so much like the proselytizing Christians, and that there's a distinct difference. We're not holding anything over anyone's head. We're just simply keeping the light on. And if they come our way and they realize, then they come home.
Yeah, it's about sharing information more than it's about manipulation or about threatening. I remember this one tract that some Christians left at my door one time, and it was a step-by-step explanation of the Jesus protection racket. Because it's like, point one, everyone sins. Point two, the payment for sin is death. But wait, if you accept Jesus, then we'll spot you for the rest, and you don't have to die because he died for everybody. But it was just funny. It's like God creates he creates an imperfect person, then he creates the consequence for imperfection, but then he creates the solution. If we won't come bust up your store if you pay us for protection. And it was just kind of an interesting thing. That's not what we're doing at all. Like I said, when I first discovered this, and a lot of people, I think a lot of people still, but certainly a lot of people, I found Asatru. I came home to Asatru in 2001, 2002, thereabouts. And at that time, a lot of us, we didn't know it existed or was an option. I wonder how many people didn't fully pursue it when it occurred to them because it seemed like crazy talk, or like they're the only people that were doing it. And I wonder how many of those people would have been strengthened if they knew that other people were doing it and it was an option. So you're not being a jerk to go out and invite somebody to check the Hoff out if they seem like somebody who's interested, or you see people wearing Norse-themed clothing, or with Norse-themed tattoos, or, whatever the case might be. But to let them know that it's a thing, and hey, if you want to know more, I'd love to help. If you're ever curious, please ask. And that's not invasive or intrusive.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too that a lot of people get around is the society-wise here in America, they consider the fact that we consider our faith to be ethnic as bad. This doesn't apply to anyone else, but it clearly applies to us. And this, I was reading and researching, and I even saw like a section in Wikipedia that stated like Asatru and modern or Norse paganism, as they called it, is an ethnic religion. And I was like, wow, but it's just shuffled in the deck. But if you ever get into the idea, and you never know who you're going to run into, you meet somebody that's wearing a Thor's hammer, or wearing, or having tattoos or shirts and things like that. The understanding of telling them like, no, this is an ethnic faith. And if you want to practice the faith of the gods of your people, you're more than welcome. But if that language kind of throws them off, or they immediately kind of cringe and try to, they have that visceral kind of, I guess, like hardware that's been popped in there. Then you just know, hey, never mind, it's good for you. Like, just maybe, maybe you'll come around one day and that'll be different. Cause I know that's another thing is a lot of times people do come around. Mm-hmm. I came around. I was pretty much neutral about a lot of things and was kind of taking in the landscape because I had been a solitary practitioner for years. I mean, almost a decade. And was practicing in the military by myself because I was in a place that there was no other Asatru around. And when I finally got back, I kind of got the landscape, but I was trying to stay I didn't even really know there were lines drawn until later on. And then when it came down to it, it was, well, no, I don't quite agree with this. I've seen this for quite a while, and I see problems I don't like. So I drifted away, and I, was away from religion in the community sense for many years too. Just kind of pondering and doing things till about 2016. So, that 2012 to 2016 was that hiatus where I was trying to figure where things were going and how things were looking. And I think that the biggest thing for some people is you need to come at this understanding this is an ethnic faith. That's it. You can understand the concepts of governance and politics or philosophies and ideas, but this is the ethnic faith of your people. It's your birthright. So other folks have their birthright faiths. We have ours. And the more that they try to take it away, I think it's more poignant.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So first question tonight from Allie. When picking the buildings for the Hoffs, besides price, what goes into it? Is there an aha moment, or is there more to it usually? So there is a lot, and we learn more, and the balance shifts the more Hoffs we get. We learn lessons. That's one of the cool things, is there will always be unique struggles to every Hoff that we get, but we're going into each new one with the accumulated knowledge of the ones that have come before. And it's interesting how that develops. So, and I even do this now, and I show them to Cliff, and we dream about them. But one thing, looking for the properties, looking for the buildings, it does you, despite admitting that I do that myself as we speak, it does you no good, and it does you kind of a disservice to look too early, because if you're not ready and you're not in a buying position, chances are the property that you see is not going to be the property that's still on the market and the way it ends up. So one thing that we have learned is it's really important to keep a certain amount of elasticity in your dreams. And it's hard because as people, to conceptualize, to build dreams on these things, and that's important. You need to be excited and passionate about getting a Hoff, just like getting a home. You want to build dreams on it, and so often it's connected with a visual. So when you see a building and you have that in your head, it gives you a stage for those dreams to play out on. But it's really important to have a certain amount of faith that the gods will help direct you to the right spot and to the place that's going to work out best, as long as you're trying and doing your part. Way easier said than done. But yeah, that's happened with a couple of them. We've seen. So, all right, I'm kind of all over the place with it because there are all these factors. So one of the first things which you acknowledged is finding the right location. But what does the right location mean? And it depends. So far, the first Hoff, Odensoff, had to be within a certain distance of Steve and Sheila, because they were going to be the ones initially running things there. And that's where we had our biggest conglomeration of members within a close geographic proximity. So it was kind of a no-brainer that there was a, hour and a half radius around Grass Valley, Nevada City, California, that we could work within to find that first Hoff. Thor's Hoff was a different story. We were initially going to put Thor's Hoff in Minnesota, but we tried, and we actually looked at, I want to say 5 or 6 Hoff locations up there, and just nothing was working out the way we wanted it to. Saw some really beautiful things. We even tried to make an offer on one, and it just didn't work out that we thought would have been perfect. So we expanded our search. We looked at, where else on our, because we have this cool thing, and I'm silly, but I'm obsessed with this membership map. I've said this before, but when I first became a folk builder coordinator way back when, I got a big map. I put it up in my wall and I put all these little pins. I put hundreds of little pins in it because I'm a very visual person that way. And it's neat to be able to conceptualize it like that. Well, now you kids today with your Google machine, now Google will do that for us. And so we can look on there and see, that's to say this, we can look on there and see where we have clusters of membership. So we looked and we found that we had a significant cluster in the Carolinas. And that's why we ended up getting, and as soon as we decided that's what we wanted to do, we immediately found a great place. Everything worked out. The realtor, told us to offer less than the asking price. It was ridiculous. We ended up getting a very, very good deal on a wonderful property, and it all worked out great. Baldershoff fell in our laps. We had a little bit of extra saved up. We got Baldershoff for a steal of a deal. We happened to find this spot where we had just enough money sitting in our pockets, and it worked out perfect. Njordshof was different. We made several offers for Njordshof, came very close a number of times, saw a number of things that we just, this would be amazing, and ended up with this one. So this is a roundabout way to answer your question, Allie. I do realize that. But yeah, figuring out the property is really important. But where that property goes matters. Njordshof, I mentioned the logistics of Odensoff, but Njordshof had to go in a coastal state. We're not at a point economically where we can have it right on the water, which would be really cool, but it had to go somewhere coastal. And it had to be relatively distant from mountains. And there's just some things that would make it more appropriate. And so we were looking at Washington State. We were looking at Texas and the Gulf Coast there. And we were looking at Florida, and it worked out great for us. So there's the geography to consider. There's the clusters of where we have members, and what seems to be a reasonable thing is 2.5 to 3 hour drive time window of that Hoff. So drawing a circle that's however that is, depending upon what part of the country. Sometimes if you're near a mountainous area and it's a bunch of windy roads, what as the crow flies may seem very small could take a very long time. Right. So figuring that out where we've got a reasonable population to support the Hoff. But more than that, what really makes a difference is a place where we have trusted volunteers. And we've seen that even trusted volunteers in leadership, especially when it comes to the acquisition of Hoffs, sometimes that doesn't work out and you're left with an interesting situation. We've been able to navigate it each time, but you really want to make sure that you have folk builders and especially Gothar, because it's hard to have a temple but no priest. So to have Gothar in the area that can run it and take care of it and make it successful. Once we establish a Hoff somewhere, we make a commitment to that God and to our folk, but specifically to that God. This is their temple, and it would be a great disrespect for us to not maintain that, for us to get it and then not be able to take care of it and let it go into a terrible condition. We don't ever want to do that. So once we get a Hoff, we make a commitment that that Hoff's going to succeed, and we need to set that up for the best way to do that. The other thing is, so a lot of things. Finding the property, but there's a lot to it on that. What can we afford? Because whether we like it or not, that's probably the biggest make or break factor is, can we afford this or not? Then not just what we can afford on the initial price, but on the upkeep. So we looked at some really spectacular buildings in Minnesota when we were first looking for a Thor's Hoff location. And they were selling them for a very low, very tempting price, but the cost to heat them and maintain them in a way that their pipes wouldn't burst in the winter was going to be shockingly expensive. So the initial cost was low, but the monthly upkeep was just something that we wouldn't be able to maintain. And so that's another tricky thing that up front we didn't think about. Also, and this is something that we learned as well, zoning is huge. So getting a Hoff that is a former church, or at least a former house of worship, ideally, but depending on where you're at in the wording, a former charitable location, which could be a fraternal lodge or things like that. But that zoning is really important too. Sometimes you may think something looks perfect, but depending on that county's zoning rules, it may be next to impossible for us to get it zoned the way that we want. So if it comes with grandfathered zoning that fits our purpose, that's great. So that's a big thing to consider as well. Also, is it out away from densely populated areas to where we have a little bit of space? Do we have some land on there to do something with? Or is it urban? Eventually, I'm sure that there will be some inner city Hofs at some point, but we're not quite there yet. And we do, want a little bit of space and a little bit of something natural around as well. It's a big factor also. The other thing that's the big X factor, and this is something that's hard to see from the outside, and I want people to know that we do, asking the gods, going before the gods and praying and, asking them to help direct you to something that they approve of for their house, specifically the God you're making the temple for. If you find this pleasing, please help us to succeed here. If you want this to be your Hoff, please, help it work out. If not, we'll keep pushing until we find one that you do approve of. Those little conversations, they're very personal, and I don't think we talk about them enough. But being prayerful in your dealing with the gods to make these things work, I think is really important too. And I really believe it's helped us find really good locations for our Hoffs thus far.
Odensoff was absolutely it was a prayer for Minnesota to Thor, but for me, it ended up becoming this kind of very neatly interwoven series of events that was like, well, I've heard what you've said, but it's going to be you, not the people you were asking for. And that took a little bit more time. I think that the gods see that perspective, or, I believe it that way. That's the way I take that.
All right, Svan, this one is a specific question for you. What makes something sacred, Svan? Ooh. And it's got an exclamation point too. So with emphasis, what makes something sacred?
Well, so one of the things to understand, let's just focus on the concept of sacredness, sanctuarial ideas. The biggest thing I would say culturally for Asatru is that there is an integration as opposed to always just kind of a separational state. Sacredness is a part of the and will continue to be a part of all of the processes. So it becomes kind of a spiritual inner guard. There's actions that are involved that make things sacred, repetition, even to the point of if there's a sense of like great gravitas towards a place or a people or a person or a spot that begins to, create a sense of awe. And, we use that, like sacredness is like a Latinish word that we can understand, but some of the words that might be better understood from a Germanic concept is like Igr, YGGR, the terrible awe of something. The fact that it gains a mayan, a might to it that makes it sacred. There's other things as well. And I think sometimes it depends on the unique interactions that the individual or the group of people have in relation to the gods, or that the gods allow to see. So, when we talk about items and things, they gain sacredness through use. They gain sacredness because we believe in Orlaw, or we believe in weird, as it's often called in the Anglo-Saxon. It's that weaving of action, the manifestation of will that we spoke of just earlier, where going out and manifesting our will into the world then creates this framework in which sacredness can be built up, almost like a reservoir of that sacredness. I mean, we know life is sacred too. The idea of bloat, and the movement towards, the sacral butchering, and the way our holidays were formulated from agrarian culture and sacred butchering that creates. So we have, life, and we have will and action that have a tendency to build the sacredness of a place. But some places, you come upon them and the gods have already made them sacred. So there is that as well. So it's the understanding that the gods have intervened into a situation. And I think we kind of, do a lot of that as well. So, you have personal sacred space at your home, and perhaps, the giftings that you give to the gods, that's, a sacredness, and the idea of, giving things to the gods, and those things becomes part of the cycle, the will cycle. They cease to be material and they become a sacred sense. And then I guess the other thing would be, and that kind of goes along with will as well, is if something is utilized in a way. We see it with the idea of rings, of swords, of amulets, or necklaces, or pendants, if you will, or I guess bractae, as they might be. That seemed, especially to our ancestors, very important in the idea of placing upon those things. There were mundane ones, but you could find the sacred ones and see the amount of dedication placed into these objects. So there is that sense, but that kind of goes along again with will. So you have life and the cycle of life, and death, and the sacredness of blood, and the sacredness of sacrifice, that in order for your folk to live, there is that cycle of life and death. There is the willful manifestation, whether it's in gaining through instruments or going to places. And I think the last and final step of sacredness would be, I'm trying to think of how to word it, but it would be I guess the sense of results. The connection is made there, and then something happens. So there is a correlation to, this is where we made connection. Now this place has become sacred, not because the gods separated it, but because we have taken the time to stop, place our piety down, and reach out and do the other things, and that place now becomes, sacred. That connection point between ourselves and the gods, whatever means we travel through.
And something else I'd like to say, and I think this is important too. We often, the meaning of one thing is very often brought to life, I guess, by its difference between another thing. It's one of the special things about life is males are special in large part because of how different they are from females, and vice versa. If you don't have to overcome bad things, if everything's good all the time, you wouldn't have heroes. Heroes are forged by overcoming bad. So good is a counterbalance, or not, or the opposite of the other. So, and the same, and I'm butchering that really bad. It's not the way I wanted to present it. But sacred and mundane are like that as well. If you see some people, especially when they're very new to paganism, or if they are a bit eccentric and get lost in the sauce, either literally or figuratively, everything's sacred. Every possible thing is sacred. Every blade of grass, every rock, every tree, every sunset, everything is. And if that's the case, if everything is sacred, nothing's sacred. And it's just like friends. Well, if everybody's your friend, then you don't really have friends. So that making it special is one of the things. Setting it apart, yes, but with the idea that it's something special. You know, if every day was Yule, then Yule would be just another day.
Right.
So that's something to keep in mind. Also, and this is the first time we've had this in several weeks, please keep in mind you can do this on Entropy if you want to donate to us, or if you want to throw us a couple of bucks to get your question to the front of the line and to donate to us. We really appreciate that. We got about 13 questions lined up now, and Don Ricardo jumped to the front of that line with a $5 donation. Thank you, Don. Do you have any favorite ritual site blessings? How often would you recommend salting, sage burning type of cleansing? Svan, I want you to go first, but I have things I'd like to add on this one.
Okay. Well, and I think that, you know, it's so interesting for a lot of people to realize that Asatru has been in a very singular mode for a very long time. 20, 30 years. It has been kind of one way. And now we are thresholding or going through a threshold that requires us to recalibrate things. So one of the things I would say is if you're talking about personal space, I think that, you know, when we talk about hallowing, the hallowing of a space is when you forcefully, with your might and with your will, you seek to make that place ordered and ready or receiving of the might of the gods. It's like setting the table for them. And so there is, you know, continuously within our faith, if you're practicing at a place like what we would call like your home vey or your home harg, we usually call them like that's your harrow or your staller, that place that if you're using Norse words is the place in which is set aside for the gods and you to communicate. Those places, I think, oftentimes require based on how you feel with those interactions, because it's a changing environment. Your house is a changing environment, and we see the actions of people moving in and out can create that. So you know when I think that's a personal thing. When we start to get into, say, like sacred groves or temples, that's when things start to get more formalized from the Gothar and things like that. And I'll say really, I know you were probably going to go into that, so I'm not going to cut into that. I'll cover it from the personal space. And you know, generally there's lots of different ways to do that. You know, the throwing of salt that you mentioned, that's a huge one, which is considered pure earth. Or the burning of you know, juniper or spruce, or the burning of you know, mountain laurel, or even sage. You know, there's a sense of placing that, but when you're doing ceremony, you're generally doing that as well. You know, you're burning sacred smoke and from sacred flame in order to kind of hearken to the traditions of it. You're lighting the flame to allow the gods to see, because it's a representation of your faith. And then the smoke is the gift, the offering, and also kind of like asking the gods to kind of, you know, share in that sacred smoke with you. So, you know, if you're giving bloat regularly, you're kind of doing that. But special sense of if it's not a place where you're communing with the gods or your ancestors or the land whites, it may be worth to think about just the fact of cleaning and organizing and manifesting your will into the environment is a sacred act as well, because you're doing it with the intent of placing your might, your will, and your physical actions into the area. So if you have just even a tree that you consider a place where perhaps you leave your offering after bloat, take the time to prune, to clear out. Don't let it run amok. And that generally the idea that I think what you're really referring to is the beauty of your space and the sense of what reflects from your soul. We don't worship in places that are twisted and ugly. We want to worship in places that are beautiful and hold emotional feelings and a representation as a reflection of our piety. So from a personal space, even if it's just the fact of like cleaning, dusting, re-oiling, resetting, doing, those little things sometimes I think are really important to resetting the function of the sacred space. It's not going to just suddenly become not sacred and then you have to, that kind of thing. But when you get into let's say group dynamics too, and you have a few friends that you meet together, and perhaps you're considering calling yourself a kindred, and you have a meeting place that's a lot of times people meet in their homes, but you might meet somewhere outside, or even if you're doing like something on a mountain or at a sacred place, the idea of giving of yourself to that sacred place, cleaning it up, moving it about, taking stewardship is a great way to recalibrate and re-cleanse the sacredness of it.
So Svan said a lot of things that I was going to bring up. These are kind of two separate questions. So, favorite rituals of a site blessing.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I don't know. I'm thinking. I have done a number of land takings, house takings. We do a ritual. Okay. And this is kind of the format that they usually take, and everything's a little bit different as far as a specific ritual for that. An idea that I like is having a fire. This is for a Hoff, but you could make this whatever you like. I like doing this with fire. Walking perimeters with fire is an ancient way to do that. You can have a torch. You can have a candle. They blow out easy, so I'd be careful with that. You can have a lantern. You could do a lot of things that way, but having a flame, I think, is important. It's neat. Fire's cool, but I think that it also is a nice visual way of marking boundaries and doing that. And I think that's nice. What I like to do, though, what I was going to say is having a fire outside in a ritual space or in a campfire or whatever you're doing. If it's your cooking fire, that's fine too, especially for a home. Taking a flame from that, walking around the property, around the building, whatever you're trying to do. And then eventually when you've done that circuit, ending by going into the building and putting that flame, if it's a home, in the hearth, in their fireplace, or, in the kitchen, using it to light the pilot light on the stove or something like that. And in a Hoff, taking that and having that end up as a flame, either on a candle or in a brazier or whatever you have on the altar. I think that's it's very easy to connect with that in your mind and in the mind of anybody else who's there, of the symbology of taking, your source of warmth and heat and life-sustaining fire from the outside, from out in the cold, and bringing that into this new place with you, with your family, with the folk, whatever that might be, depending upon the building. And you can spice that up however you want with different elements, depending upon things that are relevant to the situation. But the idea of taking a primitive fire from outside and transmuting that into a cooking fire or a fire in the fireplace or a fire on the altar is a really special thing to do. So I think that's a really good one. As far as cleansing stuff, It depends. And I think that my view on this is different than a lot of people in Asatru, and in, I don't know, paganism generally. When you cleanse things, and by all means, in a certain circumstance, if there is a haunting, if there is something very detrimental and very wrong, then yeah, you carpet bomb, you cleanse the whole thing, and then you start fresh. But just like carpet bombing, you're getting everything in the jungle. You're not just reorganizing something that's out of whack or recentering it. You're banishing the things that are there, good, bad, or otherwise. You're resetting that in a way. And you don't, for the same reason that we talk about, I've seen this in a number of the questions, a number of the side chat. Svan and I haven't addressed it as much. I think Svan has a little bit earlier, but we'll talk about this more as we address these questions. When you do something over time and you invite things in over time and you build up a spiritual might, you don't want to cleanse all of that. You want to keep that there. You don't want to nuke it and start fresh. And this isn't an exact science. I don't think that if that happens and all of a sudden it's completely worthless or vice versa, but I do think it has an effect. And intent is a big part of that. So one of the things, like, this is going to sound silly, but it in my mind is what connects, and hopefully it connects for some of you as well. So Rodney, my my stuffed gorilla that does not look like a stuffed gorilla that I was given when I think I was 1 year old, or I was just a baby in that first year of my life. It's really cool. It's actually in my daughter's bed right now, which is awesome. Rodney is my oldest friend. Anyways, he was given to me by my grandfather. For whatever reason, I don't know what, but he always smelled like my grandpa. And that smell is comforting when I was a little kid. And it was kind of special after my grandpa passed. So I didn't want to wash Rodney. I don't care if he got filthy. I don't care what was going on, because I didn't want to wash that out and have it not have that same touchstone. And a funky stuffed animal may not seem like it's relevant, but I do think that it is. You don't want to wash the palate clean on that. Sometimes there's been traditions in a weaponry sense of not cleansing the blood off the blade, because you keep that imbued might and spirit in there. You don't want to just strip it. Or even if you're talking about antibiotics, it kills everything in your gut, and then you've got to retake a bunch of probiotics afterwards because it's just eliminated everything. So I wouldn't sage or salt something and do any kind of ritual cleansing unless things were very bad and I was in a spot where I just wanted to start fresh. And I think that if that is your sole intention, maybe you're home, if you have a bad breakup and you've got the house and you want to cleanse remnants of a hurtful situation in your life and have a clean slate, I think that's a good idea. Maybe if you change faiths, if you used a part of your home for Christian worship or for something else you were doing, and you decided not to do that, to make a clean break and to start again Asatru, then perhaps that's an element. So, special guest my daughter brought in. This is Rodney. Me and Rodney been friends for 42 years next month.
She heard you talking about him, so she brought him.
I appreciate that. My daughter's very thoughtful. But yeah, like I said, I wouldn't cleanse too often. I'd only cleanse if your intention is to completely start fresh. Otherwise, I think there's other things you can do to invite good things in and to encourage bad things out. And just like dealing with humans, dealing with humans this side of the veil, dealing with people in your everyday life, I think your best place to start, if you want to get rid of something you don't like, just ask it to leave. It sounds simple, it sounds dumb, but I think that's the place to start. even if it's not effective, you have acted within hospitality rules that transcend the realms. If it continues to be problematic, then escalate your response to it. But again, I would now she wants to show off all of her stuffed animals.
It won't be all of them. She's got like 40.
So this is Rubble or Doggy. This thing, I don't even know what this thing's supposed to be. I think half of it's supposed to be a ladybug, but it is simply red. Anyways, that's my daughter's show and tell. But no, seriously, to the question, start small on any kind of cleansing, I would say, unless you want a complete fresh start, and see if you can manipulate it subtly that way. That way you keep the good, because I think that's really important.
Well, and that's why I was saying about like the organizing and dusting, the cleaning in a sense of like making things orderly as opposed to nuking it. You just take that extra amount to reorganize, clean the dust off, restock, and make good, because I think that ultimately is one of the best ways to kind of make that place sacred. But there is one other thing I wanted to talk about, was aspergement. So aspergement or what we call hlaut. The hlaut is might coming from a liquid that we commune with. And I think it's worth noting that when you're giving bloats and you ask the gods to give you their might, or to give you guidance, to give you the essence of them being divine, and placing it within your world physically and manifest, it often goes through libational liquid. And so, when you asperge the area, but that's a very key point, that the gods are involved in that. And so we ask the gods to give us that might, and then we asperge the area to make it manifest from them into our side of the veil of things. But that I think correlates too with your duty to upkeeping the space. So instead of nuking it, cleansing and all of that stuff, giving your piety and your devotion to making order in the space, I think the gods see that and take that into the consideration of your overall interactions with them. So the orderly, the tidy, the aligned, and then when you ask the gods to bless you, to give you that, because I think a lot of people in Asatru, it's part of the ceremony, and they lose sight of why we are asking the gods to place into the liquid their might, and then we take that might and we place it in the world around us. And so doing bloat is, in a way, again, the continual process of maintaining sacredness in your spaces. Now, we don't really do hallowings in temples because they've been hallowed and they remain hallowed. And I think that was one of the things that even I deeply had to break my mode from. I'd been living my life practicing my faith in such a way that there was never a temple to remain. I was in a migrational state all the time. And I think that was actually quite, first it was jarring, and then it was quite beautiful and poetic, that threshold that I'm speaking of. So, when you consider your own sacred space at home, like Asatru says, don't aim for the nuke, aim for like recalibration and tweak and realignments and putting, your love and devotion into that, moving things around, maybe adding little things, seasonal things or something like that. But, when you go to a Hoff and, you realize there that the burial grounds of the folk and the Hoff itself in the Vey, that's all hallowed space taken by fire, spoken of prayers. I mean, Odensoff had one of the most mightiest land takings that I was ever able to witness and be a part of, actually. But, so many practitioners of the faith who are from localized areas are now coming together under building and we're organized and we're led by an Alzhero Gothi and we're all involved in pushing this forward. That was huge. And that doesn't just go away, come next Monday or whatever day it was held on or something like that. So I think that's another thing to really conceptualize is why we're doing it, what we're actually doing. And if anything has meaning, then cleansing like thoroughly, or like we've been joking about the nuke, that has power. So be careful when you do that kind of stuff. Go for the more tentative piety of organization.
All right, absolutely. So our next question, and I'm going to hope Nick throws this up with the entirety of the question because we're working through tech difficulties and I have a half a question here. From Travis Svan, how long did it take you to do the murals at? So I'm going to assume he's saying the murals at each of the Hoffs, but I can't be certain.
That is Thor's Hoff is unique because that is where I am at. And so I was able to devote a lot of time. And I think it was also Thor is the god. He's in our tripartite. He's the catalyst. He's the puncturer of barriers. He's the breaker of walls. So it was very, very fitting that he became the first of it as we moved through another threshold. So I tried to calculate the time, and I think it was close to probably about 10 days worth of overall work, if you will. But the other Hoffs are different because I have a regular job. And so when it came time to coming to the other Hoffs, it was time crunch. It was as much time as I could squeeze out of, besides people being there. So oftentimes we correlated it with around a holy tide, a celebration. And I would come a couple days beforehand and then sleep and wake up and, eat right there. Oftentimes just eating, I was eating MREs, I was eating canned foods and things like that. And just being there, oftentimes with other things going on and other things being worked on and just trying to focus. And I had help too. Every time I've come to every Hoff, I've had people come in and they want to help in any way they can. And I thought, oh yes, please try doing this, doing that. So there's a lot of individual action or weird or Orlaw from the people in the area in all of the murals. But each one is different. I believe like Odensoff was like 6 days. That was about 6 days. And the picture that's being shown is just the central piece. There's 2 panels off to the side. And that was a whole nother thing. But I had a huge community there to help me do the coloring for the water and do the coloring for the sky. And they just turned this space into like a panoramic ocean. And then I got to focus on placing, the details, and there were a lot of people helping out. Baldur's Hoff was the unique, and I would say the most difficult, is because that space is about 8 or 10 feet off the ground. The bottom is, and the top, I believe we measured, was like 22 or 23 feet up at the apex. So that was a lot of ladder climbing. I had suffered an injury in my knee and was going up and down this ladder, desperately trying to make sure I got it in the time that I had. And all the folks and Witan Brandy, she spent a great amount of effort and Gothi Plord, trying to keep me cared for, because it was so kind of out of the way that I didn't have a vehicle. So it was like I was relying on them to make sure I had water, make sure I had food. I slept on a cot and just got up in the morning, started working, getting all my stuff organized and trying to make. And then, of course, while this is going on, talking to Alzhero Gothi about the elements that I'm looking at and what I'm seeing based on the space and what he wants to bring in to show that imagery, that threshold. The idea, even here with Balder, hand on sword because I think a lot of people in ancient interpretations of Baldur see Baldur as like this Jesus figure, but his name means bold one. But he's holding his sword. He's pressing it and at the ready, but he is looking upwards and forward and shedding light to the situation. Bold and ready, but not overt, like say as with Thor. So there was an element there. There was also the element of the taming of the wolves, bringing the wild under heel and bringing it into the realm of organization. And of course, that's their kinfylke of Baldur's Hoff. So every Hoff is different. Odensoff was interesting too. There was a huge wedding that was being held, and there was an event, and so I had a certain amount of time, and I believe that was 5 days. I had to fly out to California, and people ferried me there because I was without transportation. And when I got there, I had to have all my equipment and all my paint and everything, and not knowing what I had no plan. The only one I had an absolute plan for was Njord, and it was completely shot out of the water. Pun intended, actually, but because of the space, it was a panoramic as opposed to so adjustments on the moment. But yes, those the murals, and I see a question coming up about the meaning of the surrounding grounds behind Baldur and Nanna in the mural. Since we're talking about it, I figured I'd shoot that up there. Is the symbology of the birch. One thing is Baldur's Hoff is high enough north that birch is, the aspen style birch is prevalent there. It's prevalent at least in that zone, and it's not so much say like at Thor's Hoff. But there's significance meaning to life anew that the birch tree has in our culture and in our spiritual traditions. The birch tree is the tree of life, the making of new life without seed, as the rune poem speaks of. So the idea of a sacred spring was kind of thrown about. The usage of the white in order to create contrast, plus birch trees. And this is just me being super honest. I was on a time crunch. I knew that I had to fly out, so I knew how to do birch trees already, and that made that infinitely easier. But Baldur's Hoff is by and far one of my favorite experiences, but also the one that I'm like, I want to get back and I want to do a little bit more of the background. Like when I went up, I just sketched the idea of Baldur's visage. And that's a really strange thing to, like, when you go up and you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to draw the gods. Like that was, to me, was just like, so I'm using a pencil. And I'm thinking to myself, this is going to not work out. It's not going to look right. It's going to be like a tiny head on a big shoulders, because I'm thinking right up in the wall and not down in the vey itself. And then drew a sketch of what was coming to my mind. And then I got down off the ladder, and that was it. So so Baldur's face was the constant from the beginning. And so all the troubles I ran into after that, it was like, again, remember, you can do this. You've done this once. You've done it already. You can fight through all the other problems. And so working with like the hand positionings of Nanna, and I'm not great at drawing animals, in my opinion. So I struggled with the wolves. I struggled with Nanna. I struggled with other things. And all the while the face was there letting me know, okay, you're going to get there. You got the time. You're going to do this. And it all ended up working out. And the symbology there of the horn and the horn bearer and the brooch on her neck with the broken heart, but is also the Sowillo rune, because again, her dying of a broken heart, but that's ultimately the source of their dynamic power. Her piety to his boldness and the return, if you will. So that's the idea of color is about the only thing I go for in the back. I wanted to do land and sky and light, and that was it. So the choices of trees, how the spaces kind of evolved, are just based on starting with some basic lines or working with the idea of what clouds in the sky catching light would be. Pretty much after I do the main body, it's free for all at that point. What am I able to do? Njordshof was the same thing, like the pelican, totally random. Just it had to be there. It wasn't me. I had no plans on doing a pelican. I actually pulled it up on the phone and looked at artwork of what other people have done and tried to mimic that. And these are artists. I'm just devote, and I felt like it just came out so well. I was like, wow, so maybe I'm onto something here. So yeah, after the main visage, the backgrounds become more free for all, and it's a chance for me to just kind of stretch my legs, but not feel overly stressed that I'm, when you're drawing the gods, you're drawing gods. It's very, very emotionally conflicting points if I mess up. It's same with Odin. Odin's face, especially his eye, was right there at the moment from the beginning. Everything thereafter, I was like, okay, now what am I going to do? And I tried a whole scene in Valhall, and it did not work out because of spacing and dimensions. So I turned it into light and dark, and the idea of being and having the Odin's ability to be dynamic between Gladsheim and Helgard, and speaking to the gods and speaking to the Einherjar and speaking to the Volva, and in being in both of those places. So yeah, that was a huge part. I think too, a lot of people the idea of doing the murals themselves came about from seeing other houses of worship in other like traditions, and seeing things and going, that's a beautiful reflection of the way they feel about the gods, or the way they feel about their divinity. And I think that we were saying to ourselves, we should do the same, because that's, when someone's right about what they're doing, we shouldn't reject it simply because they're not us, in the sense that we saw that and we realized, and the symbology of the Sonnenrad developed over time and became all part of it.
All right. Follow up, and very relevant to the murals from Allie. Which mural do you feel most connected to, and which is your favorite?
I feel connected to Thor's Hoff the most, because I had a religious and a spiritual event happen in relation to Thor's Hoff. There was a moment when a storm came to the Hoff, and I heard it before it showed up. I had the wind, trying to logically, the pressure drop or something, but yet all the while my human brain is trying to make logic. The spiritualness of it is deeply moving to me, and that is in a realm outside of just simply logic and numbers. And so when I opened the door, this rush of wind came in, and suddenly I realized I wasn't alone, and I needed to. I didn't need to step away, but I decided to step away out of reverence and allowing myself to not be implemented in this moment. And so I felt the wind rush through the front doors of Thorshof. And then at a certain point, as I'm watching the storm slowly come closer, I simply just said, I hope this is good. I hope this is good enough. I hope whatever this is, it is good. And then a light rain, and that harkened kind of on the logical side. I had to get back in or I was going to get, soaked. But it was a light, soft rain. And I also took that as a spiritual sign that this was good. And so I walked back in and shut the doors and began working again. So I have that connection there. But every single Hoff has had kind of unique, but never as visceral as that one. I did have a strange event happen at Odensoff. Someone in the middle of the night. I believe it was like 3 a.m. I'm by myself and I'm working, and I hear a motorcycle pull up into the Hoff parking lot. And I assumed that it was one of the members coming to meet another member that was camping outside in an RV. So I didn't even think about it, but I didn't hear anything. And it didn't make sense that it was on one side of the Hoff and not on the other side where the RV was. So after a while, I was like, well, that's kind of odd. So I got down from the ladder and I went outside just to look around, and there was no one there. So that was an interesting thing. I don't know what to make of that. But that was what it was. Aesthetically, to be honest, I think I've been working on Thor's Hoff a lot, so perhaps I'm not happy with the aesthetics. I'm tweaking, and so that's, I guess the only way I could say is Njor's Hoff. Njor's Hoff was the one mural that aesthetically worked out when I didn't think it was going to. The space was smaller, and then I was worried about drawing clean feet, if you will, as Njordur is spoken of as having, clean feet from being connected to the water. And doing that, I've never done that in art ever. I've never drawn feet, especially how do you transfer the idea of clean feet to an art piece? And it happened really well, more than I could have imagined. And placing in these little Easter eggs that I've done with the runes and with the placements of the other divines that are involved, whether we're talking about Skadi or Frey and Freya and Nerthus or Jorth, and all of those little things, and writing in runic, it just all worked out. So like aesthetically, it was the one where I really felt like I stuck the landing, if you will, in the time that I had. And I felt really, really good about it. And then when I got to hear the folks' reactions, that really made me feel happy. So that one, I think, is the one where I stuck the landing the most, but the most visceral connection I have is clearly to Thor's Hoff.
Okay. Next question, and these are from back when the questions were cut off. Nick has gone to a different format of feeding me the questions. Sorry, it's a little clunky. We're working on the tech back end of that. This one is from Rachel. How common was it to have sacred rites within a building versus in a grove or other outdoor sacred place?
So this is a question that comes up a lot because people have a deep connection to the natural world when we honor the gods. But if we look back, there is a huge palette of it when we talk about the Hoff at Uppsala. But also too, let's look even further back when we talk about the kurgans, if you will, the sacred mounds. The doors were built for processional spaces. There was people, oftentimes wide enough for two people to stand side by side. If you're building a burial ground that's going to be repeatedly used to hold sacred rites in, especially with the interment of the honored dead, that is again a religious function. It's just it's geared towards the king who has passed, a chieftain who has passed, or a great warrior. And so a lot of people don't equate that quite as well in understanding that that's also religious, rites. And so those indoor spaces, whether they were mounds, whether they were homes, and little hints that we get, like in Eric's saga, the idea of building a building in order to hold faith there because of inclement weather was a very prominent understanding amongst the Icelanders, because the wind and the weather is so can be so chaotic, if you will. So implementing that order and making sure you had that space seems to be of great evidence. But when we talk about the people like the areas around those Hoffs, like at Uppsala, there's mentions of the trees And if we talk about the Irminsul amongst the Saxons and the groves, and we talk about like the Gauls called them nematons, but we do know linguistically the Franks called them nimids, which shows an Indo-European source of that word. By the time the Norse ended up doing it, they called them Lundr, Lundr, and that was a sacred grove space, an outdoor space, sometimes a waterfall, especially amongst the Icelanders, stones and things like that. I think that a lot of times it really comes down to our conditioning of ourselves. When we have a hard time going to a Hoff and feeling like we're connecting in a place that has a roof, but we do it at home at a stallur, or you know, that to me is that conditioning is more of, I think, a factor than the actual reality of the situation. Perhaps we're not prospectively thinking about it, or the fact that at the stallur at home we're alone, but at a Hoff there's many people, and so that throws things off. But those are, I think, are more conditionings. If we look at things more open-mindedly and just observe, I think we see both indoor and outdoor. Even Ibn Fadlan spoke of the gifts of the animal sacrifice that was committed by the Rus. At the doorways, there were poles that were held up, that were there. But again, the doorways of sacred places. There were places in which, you know, they accounted that he kind of wrote that they threw themselves before the gods. And of course, he's kind of referring to his own cultural understandings, but they were kneeling. They were bending a knee or showing respect as they came in and placed, you know, offerings and gifts or the bowl. And then they stood up and they spoke or they sang. And he had some disparaging words about the sound of the songs, something about sounding like dogs howling or something like that. But, you know, again, he's coming from a totally different people, and he's relaying this back to his people. So, you know, Procopius did this, Ibn Fadlan did this, and it was always kind of tinged with their own cultural view of the way our ancestors did things. But the fact that we have that palette is, I think, more important, that we should focus on. There are times and places. The idea of a harrow, a lot of people have asked me too about the etymology of a harrow, because when you think, if you look up harrow now, you're going to see it's a grid with spikes in it that's drug behind an ox to score the ground. But the word harrow itself means a place of like diffusement between realms, between the sky and the earth. Or in a case for us in Eve, it's the diffusement between the material and the divine, and that scratching or moving of the veil. And it also means when people harrow, they cry out. And again, that's very fitting because of the nature of the way that we conduct our ceremonies is a calling out to the gods in numerous ways, blowing horns, ringing bells, singing prayers, galdering runes, and in full on, you know, speaking of the gods and asking them to come and be there. That's all about crying out. And so harrow fits. It just has a tendency to be used for an internal space. And a hargur is a stone or pile of stones. And so that would be more fitting for an outdoor space. But there doesn't seem to be one way. It was always an adaptive thing. And I think that's because our ancestors were adaptive people. They used technology. They had to consider the weather. They had to consider the logistics. They had to consider feasting because that was always kind of correlated with our festivals. And so it has a tendency to take place. And we see that in other Aryan branches, whether it's the Slavs or the Hellenics or even the Gauls, who have the least amount, because I think, you know, the Latin Empire of Rome kind of did not allow for a chance. It was very vapid for the Gauls to change, but we see it in the Isle Gauls, the Irish, the Scottish, the Welsh. We see that as well. Stones, hedgerows, and buildings or trees that are kind of roofed together, if you will.
So I think that's kind of an interesting, it's an interesting question because both are the case. What the balance is on worship in an outdoor space or in a structure or in an indoor space is really dependent upon place and time and materials available and building culture and things that way. So stone holds up to the ages better than wood does, which makes it challenging. Svan talked at the beginning of the program how at one point in time it was assumed that the Norse and the Germanics and the Gaulish didn't do indoor ritual because they couldn't find the temple complexes they would expect. But over time, because like I said, wood doesn't hold up. Whereas, you can go to the Parthenon today and see the stones of where the Athenians worshipped Athena. You certainly see indoor worship as a very often practiced thing in the Greek and the Roman world. You see it in other branches of Aryan spirituality a lot. But one thing that I find interesting, the idea of sacred enclosure in an enclosed space is fundamental to our language when we talk about sacrality, we talk about worship spaces. Certainly people worshiped outside, but it wasn't just in a natural setting. What we find a lot is specially constructed environments for the outside where maybe it's open to the sky, but you do have, things like Stonehenge. You have stone circles. You have things that were obviously made or constructed to facilitate worship, but wouldn't really be what you would call a building today. But one thing I think is really interesting as it relates to this is cave art. Cave art is some of the earliest example of something we know as a sacred space. And we find that inside caves themselves. And we find that in Europe, in France and in Spain a lot. And some really profound examples of worship in caves. And at a time where people couldn't build, big buildings and things, they certainly could have done their rites outside, and they probably did as well. But there was a very rich internal space worship atmosphere in these caves with the most intricate and beautiful art that really does stand the test of time, even though it's the most ancient and most primitive religious art that we can find. There's also caves where animal skulls, specifically bear skulls, are put on pedestals, and it very much is a worship environment. It's in the closest thing they had to buildings, but the idea is it's covered in an inside place as opposed to an outside place. So I think that also adds some interesting dimension. And there's plus and minuses to both and always have been. But any idea that our people didn't have temple structures has been disproven often in recent years by some of these places they've uncovered, where you can see, the post holes for the posts for these beams of these buildings. But also, the big example that we have literary attestation to is the Hoff at Uppsala. And that's, was a celebrated Hoff structure of our ancestors. There's a lot of speculation and a lot of theory put into this. And I think to where some of the elements are just factual and beyond theory at this point. But the idea of what those spaces look like was the transition between the stave church, like between whatever was before and the stave church in Scandinavia as far as sacred spaces. And you see a lot of the artistic motifs in the early stave churches depicting pagan figures, pagan stories, things from the elder period where the folk were Asatru. So I think that structure-wise, the very earliest stave churches were probably similar, if not identical, to the late period Hoff structures. But again, a lot of that's theory, but there's a lot of very valid things to support those theories, I think. The next question from Allie. Can you share the grand vision of Tiershoff? I'm excited to see the first. It's another one of the questions that got cut off. First purpose-built Hoff. So Svan and I have talked about that quite a bit. Since we got Sigerheim, that's been something we've talked about extensively, he and I. And a number of different ideas have come into place on what would work best, what financially is doable, what with our skills and our ability to get other people to do the work and various things, what kind of structures would work best, what elements we want to have there, what kind of a feel we want for the place. First and foremost, the plan is to have Tiershoff on top of this ridge, which is the highest point of the property. There's a long winding path that takes you from the valley floor up into the saddle of this, ridge line space, and then up, traversing, kind of gradually angling up to the top of this ridge line, and then all along to this highest point. There's a big flat area up there that'll be really nice for it. Aesthetically thinking of things we can do, and we're not completely sold on things yet. It's gone through a number of different iterations on what we can do. We've talked about steel construction. It's one of the things we've talked about for homes there. It's one of the things we talked about for the great hall that will be there, and then also for the Hoff. So steel construction, we looked into some different models and different ideas and shapes that are appealing up there. One of the things about Tiershoff as opposed to other Hoffs, we have a feasting, or we will have a feasting hall on site at the bottom. So this is just the vey space. Other Hoffs that we've had, and I think that Thor's Hoff is a really good prototype for us to think about, because Thor's Hoff, we have the vey, and then in a separate building, we have the fellowship hall. And they're two separate things. Now, this is separated by a little bit more distance, but the feasting and celebratory hall where people are eating, and we have a lot of that utility, will be down at the base. And then up at the Hoff itself, it's just going to be worship space. So I don't think we will need plumbing there. I am not sure what kind of heating and cooling we might or might not do up there, depending. The idea is we'd like it. There's many things we could add on to it, but the basic of it being a rectangular space to where at one end is a raised portion for the dais and the altar and things and sacred things there. But then we have room for folk to make, a circle, an oval, whatever we want to do on the length there, to worship around the central space as we typically do when we do our rituals. What we're talking about and trying to see the feasibility of is doing perhaps a natural gas fire pit in the middle with maybe some, colored glass in there or whatnot to make it beautiful, and have, a big fire pit in the middle that we gather around in this space. We'd have to figure that out when we're laying the foundation with the concrete, or else figure something else. That's something we've really talked about. I'd like to have if we can do it. And then on size, we tried to look, and biggest AFA event we have had thus far, I believe, was 154 people. So to prepare for that at least and future-proof it a little bit, our idea was not including the raised dais portion, but there to be standing room for 200 persons at minimum. So looking at that equation, I think we could be looking at a building that is perhaps 60 by 30 for that main rectangular of the Hoff. We're also looking at what we can do with the ceiling. We've got one building model we're looking at right now that has a fairly dramatic pitch to the roof, and we think that would be really pretty. It would harken back to more Nordic architecture. And I think a lot of the detail work that we're going to put in, we'd like a little, a special entryway put onto it. Well, thresholds are important. But I think the things that we can do to really make it special and make it ours are going to come in the detail work. We talked about fringing the entire eave of the building, like on the Hofs that we have now. On some of them, on Odensoff, we have big cross gables out front that run all the way down the eave of that front side of the building. We're thinking about doing that, perhaps even in metal on it. See, that was one of the ideas. That's a little bit bulky and spectacular. I don't know how close we'll be able to come to it, but it was one of the original concept works that we did. What we were going to end up doing maybe a little bit more humble than that. But we were thinking about running along all of that eave decorative metal work, having the crosshead gables, or even as you'll see on some of the old stave churches, the head that projects out from the face of the building is also an idea to think about. And what I was thinking about, and Svan and I were speaking of the other day, is have heads coming out of the corners of the eaves too, to add some decoration. The kinfilia of that Hoff is going to be the eagle. And so we could have eagle heads coming off the corners, maybe even wings. And what we would very much like to do, and we have plans on, we have an AFA artist working on this concept and the ability to do it, is to have a like 6 foot tall with, I forget what the figures were, but a 6 foot tall with maybe a 10-foot potential wingspan. I'm not sure what the wingspan came out to, but a big golden colored eagle on top of it in the act of ascending, in the act of taking off. And that's what we're thinking about doing. Also, at this initial stage, looking at colors and things of the building, something very dark colored seems like it would be really cool up there, especially if we do the metal work on the eaves that I mentioned and that eagle in gold colored metallic. I think something black or very dark red or something like that might work really well there. But that's what we're thinking. And I'm also thinking for lighting inside, lighting that projects up against the wall in soft tones. I don't want bright white light. I want tones that are reminiscent of torchlight or firelight kind of around the walls to where it's very homey. I like a lot of yellow tone in light. I just think it works better than like bright neon white light that you get in some spaces. So that's what we're thinking about so far on that far edge of the building. If we were to have just this big rectangle with a very large, apex, is to have, of course, the big mural of Tyr there. And Svan's been planning up ideas for that. So that's the vision that we have as of now. We've also talked about some other things, and we'll see how it all works out. But that's the basics of that.
Yeah, the windows too, the stained glass windows in honor of the warriors.
Okay, so I forgot about that. That was one of the big things I was at really early. So this is something that we talked about too. And these are ideas. These are not promises. I want to reiterate, because we'll see what works out. But if we had faux stained glass, painted glass, in tall vertical windows along the sides and on the front, and we'll have to work with how many will fit in the space and some size issues, but to have to take the imagery of warriors throughout time, with Tyr being the war god, all the way up to the present. And one of the ideas on how to do that, because our folk are so very widespread, is to take, you know, the general demographic of Tennessee as far as the Scots-Irish, and do a progression of a person back to the earliest times with that. So having warriors of different stages of that people's development into, you know, the Revolutionary War, into the Civil War, into up into modern times. So we were thinking about doing that. We'll see how much of that we're able to incorporate, but that was something we really talked a lot about and were inspired on. But yeah, that's the idea of that. And then one of the things that I think that idea facilitates is the idea of processions from the hall at the bottom up to the Hoff at different times of the year for different things, is processing up there as a folk, because it's, you know, it's a half an hour walk up there or something, and processing up with flags, with perhaps a wagon, with the plow when we're going to do charming of the plow, with various things that way. I think that'll be a special thing that we can do there. Our next question, it's kind of a departure from the main topic. Sorry if it's off from Corey. Sorry if it's off topic. With aliens/UFOs in the news again, do either of you have any opinions? How does our faith inform the discussion? Maybe they are literally from a different realm of existence. Svan, what are your thoughts on aliens and UFOs as they relate to our faith, our understanding of the cosmos?
Yeah, well, that's a super interesting question. I think one thing that we have to, again, lay things out to better understand them is when we talk about alien or UFO or any of this modern words that are now just very common in our language, you know, we kind of context them in a modern sense, modern technology, as our understanding of the powers of the universe that are becoming more and more understood by humanity. We have a tendency to function them entirely in a scientific sense. However, you know, there's plenty of discussion about our ancestral connections to beings from other places and other realms of existence, if you will. You know, and we talk about, you know, the gods coming down and interacting with the folk and initiating change within the folk, you know, a progression, if you will, and perhaps a willful evolution that even occurred after the spark of life and initial movement. I think that it's very hard for us to I'll back that up. It's very easy for other people to immediately either denounce or immediately take into formulating a clear definition based off of, say, scripture or philosophy or what have you. But the one thing about our faith is that it is extremely adaptive, and the understanding that when we speak of this transference of, you know, a God coming down to the folk, and, you know, numerous times and things like that. I think that alien and UFO and all these are mundane secular words that we use. But to context it, you know, when we're talking about like what little gray men, you know, or crop circles or you know, beams from radio things that have been received via, you know, satellites and people not knowing what they are and all of these things. I think it's important that we remain adaptive towards those perspectives, but I don't think it's so much of incumbent upon us to explain what perhaps we don't fully know yet in the idea of how the gods work. We try to do our best to explain what we have. And so they fill that gray zone. I mean, are aliens divine? I right now do not believe that. I believe the gods are divine. But then the question could be, if we're pondering and just going through these intellectual exercises, are the gods aliens? I mean, I guess by definition of not being from here or integrated here, perhaps we could view that way, depending on the meaning of the word. But to say one way or the other, I think is, people want a definitive, and our faith is built around holding our troth to the gods and our loyalty and our piety to the gods, but having the ability to adapt. If we were, as migratory people, if we are honoring the gods and we encounter an environment, or we encounter a place that we've never encountered before, not saying that others haven't, but we ourselves haven't, we have adapted and implemented our ordering and structuring upon that in order to best survive it and to best negotiate these new factors. So for me personally, I'm at the point now where to say aliens, there's interesting evidence and there's interesting accounts. I think there's a lot of misconceptions, and I think there's even a willful desire to obfuscate incidences enough to the point where it's like, okay, well, now I can't just wholeheartedly say one way or another. And not that I would entirely write out of the gate, because we are taught, even in the beginning with the Havamal, it's the idea is that when you enter into this new, when you cross that threshold, you have to be ready, you have to be adaptive, you have to be aware, and you have to carry what you have with you in negotiating new things. So that's where I'm at, is I'm carrying what I believe is our moral framework forward into unknown and, even to this point, theoretical environment and negotiation with, willful beings, if you will, that are not from us or around us. And this philosophy can apply to a lot of things, dealing with, people, dealing with animals, dealing with the environment. All of these things, I think, if we hold true to our traditions and keep the nobility of our moral structuring, we can better engage things as they come at us in a very questionable state. And I know that's not a great answer, and I know it's not something to say one way or the other, but it would be disingenuous for me to say definitively for myself.
So it is such an extremely broad topic that I don't think we have any is, I think, me presupposing too much. It doesn't appear that we have enough information to develop any kind of comprehensive understanding of that. The explanations of alien visitation and UFOs are so diverse that it's very hard to be able to say this is this and that's that. As such, it's, I don't think our faith is one that needs to hedge its bets by preemptively developing a theology that explains UFOs as if their existence is some sort of a challenge to our worldview, because it's not. I don't think there's anything in our lore that tells us that, that can't be the case, or there's some spiritual significance to it one way or another. It's fascinating. It's a really interesting subject. And I'll say this, it's not all made up. There's plenty of very reliable things of people seeing things in the sky that they don't understand and don't make sense. And what bothers me with this and with a lot of other topics that are quote unquote, quote, I don't know why my mouth isn't working tonight, quote unquote, conspiracy theories. When the government tells you things that aren't true, it leaves your mind open to all possible speculation, and you can't blame people for that. When you have government reports and things that describe stuff that's obviously not swamp gas as swamp gas, what are you supposed to think? We're left on our own to give it our best guess, and that is naturally feeding all types of people, from well-intentioned to hoaxsters to people with mental illness to people that are just scared and confused to completely credible, legitimate people having so many different explanations for what they see, because all that we do know for a fact is government explanations have so very often been deliberately not true. And I think that's one of the issues with it. I'm very interested as things develop in this. It's one of those things that's fascinating. I've always been a fan of Coast to Coast AM, especially when I was working nights, bouncing and working event security and whatever. I lived like 45 minutes to an hour from where I was working. So I'd have these big, long drives in the middle of the night, and I could listen. It's fascinating. And one of the things that I find most fascinating, I don't believe these people are telling me the truth all the time, but I also don't believe they're lying. And the distance between they're not lying, but what they're saying is not true, that distance is fascinating to me, because some process is going on in their mind, in the collective unconscious, in things that is really interesting. One thing I think is fascinating about about most of the abduction stories is the things that are so very, very similar. Even in the instances where we know it's not true, they have a very similar discussion of what things they feel happened to them. And that's really, really interesting in and of itself. I don't know what that is and why it's shared by so many people. And especially when, there's no collusion between the people, they're not in cahoots. There's a phenomenon there that I don't understand that I think is fascinating, but I don't think, it's not all made up. I don't know exactly what the answer is to it, and I don't claim to. And I don't really think it has a overt relation to our faith. I think when we talk about beings from the different realms of our lore, that's something very different than somebody flying here in a ship. We don't see in the lore ideas of that kind of a mode of transportation in the same way. So I think that's kind of telling. And again, our ancestors describe what they experience in terms that make sense to them at their time. But the nature of things feels very different. So I couldn't tell you until I know more about it or encounter an alien myself on whether I feel that's completely mundane or there's some sort of spiritual significance to it. But I still do find the situation very, very interesting. Oh, and also you started off your question with, sorry if it's off topic. Please feel free, everybody. Ask any questions you like. We would love to talk to you about most anything, especially if it relates to Asatru. We love we love questions that are topical, but we're here for you. We'd love to answer whatever questions you might have. From Olivia. Let me see if I find a more complete. All right, here's a more complete version of the question. What is thought of the practice of planting the placenta at the base of a tree after the birth of a baby? Would that help form sacred space? What are your thoughts, Svan?
That's very interesting. I've done that actually. With my first son, I placed the life-giving, that which was formed and forged, within the sacred space, the vey of my wife and the life-giving of the child. We saw that as an opportunity to not just leave it in a mundane sense. So that's very interesting. The way I just worded that is that it could have been, and people have, but we chose not to. And we took that and we placed it at a tree. And that That tree has become very special to us on multiple levels. However, is it in the entirety of, say, a traditional framework of our folk? I don't think so. Could it be in the future? Perhaps, or maybe significant amongst a group of people within our folk that have established this as an idea of taking that sacred move. And a lot of sacred rituals and traditions formulate that way organically amongst people. And so, but there just as equally as much, I know there's people that have talked about like the consumption of it in a dehydrated form in a pill helps to facilitate, lactation. And so there's like even a kind of a tool usage of it. And it's such an odd subject to talk about, but at the same time, it clearly creates a sacred connection between your offspring and you and this tree. The tree becomes significant because of the very deed of committing to it and doing it with piety and sacredness, and the going into it with your mind and your heart built towards that significance makes that a deep move. So I would say, yes, it would be sacred, but you have to understand that if there was someone to come from outside of that situation, they might not see it as sacred. And so you have to understand that sometimes the sacrality of action, the sacrality of deed, has an echo. It's far more visceral for the people that commit the deeds, but not so much for the people outside of it. It's when you walk into Arlington and you see those graves, that sacredness of their lives and the events that they experienced, you're not experiencing that. You're experiencing kind of the move of making that their lives, their stories sacred and remembering. So again, it's important, but I don't think you should shy from it. It's just that you have to, when we deal with people from various backgrounds and understandings of things, some people might be like, or, their initial reactions are sometimes just worn on their sleeves about things. And so you have to understand that. I think that's a very important thing. But we have a special connection to that tree. But do we honor the gods there? No, actually we don't. But when we go there and my son is climbing that tree, and me and my wife are there, and it suddenly becomes very poignant to the understanding as my son gets bigger, the tree is getting bigger. There's a lot of sacred poeticness to it that becomes very, very visceral for me and my wife. And we hope to transfer that to our son, that he understands that. Not that he does all the time, because kids are kids, but yeah, I think it is sacred, but you have to understand that it's not across the board in the framework of it. You have to understand it by context of who's committing the deed.
So first, is that a good way of creating sacred space? Absolutely it is. And I thought about this while Svan was talking to see how to describe it. And it's hard to put into words. And I don't want there to be misunderstanding, because all of sacred space can very much be objectively real, but it does rely on a lot of subjective factors in certain instances. Like he was mentioning, if you planted a tree amongst the placenta of one of your children, that would fundamentally, in a very tangible way, make you and your child literally connected to that tree. And it would be very meaningful for you and your child, because that very tangible connection exists. It would alter you and put you in a more sacred frame of mind when you're in that place. And as you did that more and more, I think the initial action would not fundamentally change objective reality that much for me if I were to walk by this tree. But the more time you spent at that tree observing it in a sacred context, the more it would amplify that effect, to where if generations of your family did that, and I were to walk by and, you know, somebody's great, great, great grandchild told me that that's the tree that, you know, triple great grandpappy, whatever, had his placenta at that point, it may have accumulated enough that it makes me stop and like, man, something about that tree. I don't know. Like, just look at it. Hey, come here. Like, do you feel that? Something about that tree. It's hard to put into words exactly, but the more energy is put into something and the longer the duration of that energy, the more it objectively puts out something that is noticeable. I think something biological like that really does help and is a thing. I think religious ritual at a space where you are using a location as a portal to channel communication between the gods and men, between spirits, between ancestors, I think that makes a space particularly potent. And I think the burial of dead, or the disbursement of ashes, or the putting of someone's final remains someplace is very, very important for that as well. And that makes someplace have a much more observable objective power as a sacred space. And you see that, you know, Svan mentioned Arlington, any graveyard like that, but especially one that has been so revered and so celebrated, obviously in different ways than maybe we typically do in an Asatru fashion, but you know, how many burials and how many ceremonies and how many funerals by the graveside and how many Memorial Days and Veterans Days and 4th of July, and how many things have been done there to honor the dead that are there, and how many dead inhabit that space and walk those grounds. It's something like that is objectively powerful and sacred, not just for the person or somebody who has an ancestor there, but for any of us. And yes, it's an American site, so certainly as an American, it's powerful. But you know, you pick up random Chinaman and put him there, he's going to know it's a powerful place where someone's ancestors are buried, and it's going to matter. So yeah, no, I think that's an interesting thing to do. I know that's something people do. We had when I was growing up, there was no placenta involved in it, but my parents got a tree when I was born and planted it in our yard. And as I grew and as the tree grew, it was something special to acknowledge this tree, and they called it the Matthew tree. And so we'd watch. It was a blue spruce, and we'd watch as it grew, and eventually it was tall as the house, and it was really kind of neat. That's especially special if you have it on land that your family's going to keep for a long time, not a property that you flip or that you buy and you move someplace, but a place that your family's going to be in your family for generations. That helps maintain the sacred space over time. What do we got next in line here? From Europa the Last, no, never. Oh yeah, we do. That's the right one. Sorry. From Europa the Last Battle. Gentlemen, what makes an item holy and or sacred, and how can we bless the space/room? So I think we touched on this. If you add a couple previous questions together, you get kind of the answer of this. The same thing I just said with space applies to items. The intentional use of an item for a special purpose, for a sacred purpose, makes it sacred. But if you have a great hero that has an article that was something he had with him when he did his deeds of heroism, that also has a power to it. Something, an item that has witnessed great things, maintains an energy from that and can be used in a ritual function later and maintain that power, if that makes sense. So, you know, something, an item passed down from your ancestors, even if it's a mundane item, carries an element of them with it, and helps it to be enhanced when you do want to use it for a sacred purpose. But if you take a brand new item or just something you got at Walmart, if that's what you've got, and you start using it for sacred purposes, you're channeling will and intent into that, and you're making it sacred. You're making, and this is an appropriate use of the word, but it's not how we commonly use the word in today's language. But you are making it a vey in and of itself. It is a collection spot for that energy. So imbuing an item with that has everything to do with intent, with putting the intent into that item. The more you do it, or the more special the person you have do it, the more potent it is. And over time, also the more valuable and the more rich with energy it is. But when we're talking about sacred space or sacred items, what I think is very, very important to remember, yes, ancient stuff's cool. Yes, things that are time honored and, passed down through generations are cool. All of those things started with a generation at one point. So rather than bemoaning the lack of having some great antique that has power, or having, a proximity to an ancient stone circle or an ancient sacred site, start today, and it will be that much more sacred next year. It starts somewhere. Make something sacred for your great grandkids, because it'll be really cool then. Everything had to start somewhere. And I've felt this in a really visceral way at Odensoff. We've been doing ritual at Odensoff now for 8 years. I have been the presiding, doing a lot of the ritual there for about 7 of those years. And I feel the place grow in power and grow in energy and grow in sacrality over that time. That's not even a decade, but it's so much more powerful than it was the day that we got it. As far as your idea on doing things with a room to like bless a room, the thing that I mentioned earlier with the fire, do that. But another idea is to speak words over a bowl of mead or wine or beer or whatever fluid you'd like. Invite, depending on the circumstance, your ancestors, the gods, whatever you're invoking, to put their blessings into that liquid, and then asperging or sprinkling that around that room or on all 4 of the walls, and laying claim to it or pronouncing it to be sacred. That's the fundamental that I would suggest. It's what we do at our Hofs. It's what I've done in house blessings and land takings, and that's what I would suggest. What do you think on this, Svan?
Yeah, I think there's a culmination of things too, because we've spoken of the fire, we've spoken of smoke. Of course, that's logistics too. The idea of having a censer with sacred leaves or dried sacred herbs, and blessing the area, or asking the gods to bless the area with smoke, aspergement with a liquid of communion. Very important. And sometimes it layers itself. So the idea of you being able to light a candle, and this is a perfect example, like what we do at Thorshoff. We light a flame and we mark it as the start, because the flame is sacred from what we call the need fire. And so the need fire is lit, and then the smoke is lit from the need fire and dispersed in the air. There's ringing of bells, there's blowing of a horn, there is a calling out and asking the gods to be with us and to give them their might. So that's where we're talking about willful sacredness, creating willful sacredness versus asking the gods to also be a component in that layering. And that's an interesting point in and of itself. So if the Gothar have been committed to the gift cycle with the gods for a very long time, them asking the gods to place a layer of their might within the structure of making that place sacred, we believe that is a huge and visceral component to it. So the idea would be, what level of layering you're doing. There are some people, like I think about, it makes me think there's a rune author who is kind of diverged into other things as well, but his name is Nigel Pennick, and he talks about this thing called the nine square grid. What he was doing this for was for runic composition, and this was part of, again, a layering of creating sacred space for himself. And when you get into deeply formalized and structured layerings of creating sacred space, a lot of times that shifts over from simply a spiritual connecting to a structuring for purpose, and it shifts more over towards will, as opposed to, like, for us, when we interact with the gods, a lot of times we take the most simple and sacred form of the circle, and with the harrow in the center, and the circle is within the square, the Hoff is the square, the four corners, and that kind of applies when we take land. We talk about the hearth as the heart, perhaps the center, but we carry a flame to the four corners of the land, and so we're creating the circle in the center and the sacred posts that build. And some people go further into that, and they're doing that in order to create this substantive thing that helps them create a separation from the mundane. But it's, again, we find that when in a spiritual context, it's easier logistically with a large amount of people to focus on the circle within the order of the guard, the walls, the four walls. And we find that doesn't necessarily have to be defined, because it's defined in the building itself. It's defined in the shape of the people, and in the center is the harrow, and therefore the gods. And so we create this axis mundi, if you will, this central point in a lot of this symbolic stuff. But people go even further, whether they have to wear a red hat, or whether they have to wear a specific clothing or garb, or lay down specific runes, or create a grid pattern. They're doing this, and they're starting to manifest more of a willful separation as opposed to perhaps an organic separation. And that's why you'll find most sacred spaces take the form of a circle, or take the form of a circle within a square, because these are the most potent and easy and natural, organic way in which our expressing our beliefs within sacred space happen. If you're at home and you have just a wall, and everything else behind you is not necessarily walled off, then you're working in a smaller sense. That circle, again, is now brought back to you. So the usage of separating the mundane can happen, and I think that happens more when people are trying to do a visceral. We call it, like, we could call it magic. We could call it ceremony. We could call it whatever it is. Sometimes it's often connected to certain traditions. Hermetic traditions have a tendency to make grid, make circle, but with components and things like that. But at the end of the day, I think when we're talking about spiritual connection, we are manifesting out from us in a circular pattern, and then the guard, the edging of that, the Hoff itself, the sacred home, or the land that we are upon and we've taken ownership of, that becomes our garth, our wall between that which is out and that which is within. And we're asking the gods to come in and be a part of that space. And so it happens too with items during Thorblot. Big thing about Thorblot, one, it's a midwinter festival, and in the winter there's doldrums of the cold. And so a lot of times, just to get together and eat and feast and have a good time, that's a huge tenet of the entire Holy Tide. But what we end up doing is blessing the Mjolnirs, the Thor's hammers that a lot of folks wear. And it's becoming more and more prevalent as an organic thing, in which the Gothar will take the mead of the ceremony and asperge the hammers so that they can take that might layer, that the kind of the construction of all of that, so that they can take it home and bear it with them and remind them that they're intimately connected to that moment and that place. And so there we have sacred space and sacred object in one spot. And that's what made me come to mind when we talk about items versus space. And oftentimes they're interchangeable and they're not wholly distinct. I can think of it one way in reverse, in which perhaps an item is used and there's some sort of synchronistic, or what we would call weird or orlog, this kind of divine moment in which the tool or the implement is helping in creating a sacred moment. And then suddenly that item becomes something that the person holds sacred to them, and then they ask perhaps that a Gothar will bless it, or that they want to bless it at their own harrow, or that they, again, tell their children that this is a special item for our family, whether it's, would be a family sword or a pendant or something. These things kind of do organically happen. And the more we structuralize around it is because we are doing things either from a cultural perspective or an intellectual perspective of creating formulation. And I don't think that people should get caught up in the idea that they have to do this massive amount of steps in order to do it. It's organic. We light the fire and the smoke, we blow the horns, we ring the bells. Those are things that have organically grown as our people have come together. But the idea of doing something simple for yourself as lighting, pouring mead, asking the gods to bless the mead, asperging the item or asperging the space, and asking that the gods become a component of the entirety of that sacredness, with absolute respect too. Bear that in mind. It's not like you're not commanding them to do that. You're asking them to do that, and you really are hoping that they will do it. But it's on the gods at that point. So something to consider.
All right. Next one, more of a business question. Who's the folk builder over Mississippi now? It depends. So Mississippi is an interesting state. It's where all of my mother's family has been from since the very early 1800s. But we've never had a ton of members in Mississippi. That's always been kind of a challenge. We got a lot of Alabama members, got a few Louisiana members, lots of Arkansas members, lots of Tennessee members. So it's kind of it depends where in Mississippi you are. If you are in West Mississippi, your folk builder is Tabitha Owens in Arkansas. If you are in Northeast Mississippi, your best bet is Russell Brown, who's in Tennessee. And if you are in Southeast Tennessee, it's just by a hair, but Amy Jo Stoddard is your folk builder, and she is in Florida. Very, very close to her. So it's toss up is Bodie Mayo, and he is in South Georgia. So that was an easy one.
Wolf's Son, you're surrounded.
you are, and you're in a really good place to be. Like, we've got really cool things happening in Tennessee. You're in a really good spot to be. It's just you got to go slightly on the other side of one of your borders to get to where the action's at currently, or help us build that action where you're at. John Horn's wife's question: Asatru views on ghosts. Ghosts, we absolutely believe it's a thing.
We covered that extensively in the soul.
It is a thing. We've talked about it before. It is perceptible to people that have that ability, that have second sight, that are perceptive to those things. And I think it would be dishonest for someone not to believe in ghosts, yet to believe in ancestor worship. If you believe that your ancestors exist in some form, in a way that they can interact with you and they're conscious of you, then the idea of ghosts in its fundamentals should be okay. And we noticed this places, we talked about different ideas of it being the conscious, like ghost, this is the ghost of grandma so-and-so, versus some battlefield ghosts that seem to just be endlessly redoing an event over and over again because they're a psychic image that are imbued into a place. But very much we do believe that ghosts are real and exist. And I don't have that ability myself to see that. Or maybe if I do, it has to be on some really huge level or something for me to see it. But I have been with people that, and I'm trying to be objective here. It's not necessarily provable, but these are people and I see their eyes and I see their reaction. They are reacting to things that I cannot see. And they're very much describing them as you describe ghosts. And that seems to be, the more I've looked into those circumstances by those people, the more I'm convinced it's a very real thing. Swan, do you have anything, kind of quick to add on ghosts?
Yeah. I was just going to say, definitely, if you're interested in that topic, to look back into Victory Never Sleeps about the soul and about the afterlife, because we touch on that subject numerous times. But one of the big things is the soul component that we talk about is called the Hammer. And when Alzira was talking about the soldier on the battlefield and the implication of a visage that's continually going through that part of the soul, the Hammer, is scorched into an area through doing deed, and the weird is actually like kind of a recorded sense of it. So there's that versus also to the seeing of a spirit or interacting with a spirit, and we talk about that a lot in those episodes where we kind of really clarify some of those nuances. So I would recommend definitely go back and look at those. But yes, are they a tangible part of our cultural lore? 100%.
All right. So next question, and we've talked, this is quick because we've gone over this quite a few times tonight. Gentlemen, if the item used in the rituals, okay, I'm making the best out of this. It's really tiny print. If the item is used in rituals, it will accumulate more energy, power / intent. Drinking horns, for example. Is there any truth to this statement? Thank you. Absolutely. That is the fundamental in a nutshell. If ritual objects are used in ritual activity, they will gain ritual might. Might, power, intent, whatever you put in them. It's one of the things that I know, and you mentioned the drinking horn, so I'll add this a little bit to give more value to the question, because instead of dismissing it, because we talked about it a lot. One thing with drinking horns specifically, I know people who have had very close relationships, perhaps a kindred relationship or something else with people where they shared a horn. And over that horn, if somebody that they know to be a terrible person has spoken over it, and somebody that's found out to be a horrible liar has spoken lies into the horn, or something like that, that horn carries the weight of some of that. And so I know a number of people, when an oath is violated or when something egregious happens, if they want to put an end to that and ritually kill that horn and start fresh with a new horn, they'll offer the horn into the fire, because it does contain, and this isn't just ritual energy. You made sure to point out intent, and I think that's really important. If somebody has used an object for foul purposes, that intent gets imbued there. If somebody who, you've had stumble with, and you find out their whole existence is predicated on lies and deceit, and they've poured lies and deceit into this horn with you, you may very well want to just get rid of it, break it, burn it, destroy it, and start fresh with a new horn or with something different. But yeah, absolutely. What you said is absolutely the gist, and it's kind of the nuts and bolts of how you make something sacred or how you imbue that with might. And I do apologize. I am shuffling here trying to deal with Nick and my way of doing questions, because it is different than it's been in the past, because entropy has been temperamental lately. All right, so I believe this is the next question. Gentlemen, what are requirements for a building to become a Hoff, and what circumstances can prevent that? History of the building, perhaps, proximity to something, previous occupants. Thank you. So much more on the first half than the last half, although that's important too, I guess. Things that make something appealing as a Hoff. There are practical things, and then there are metaphysical things. Practically, so I know that especially early on, and I think this is the folks that are uncomfortable with it have sorted themselves out. The folks that aren't have accepted it and are cool with it. One of the things, there's some initial pushback on repurposing Christian churches as Hoffs. A very time-honored practice, specifically of Indo-Europeans or Aryans, is to take over sacred space and to repurpose it, because the energy that's there over a long period of time in a religious sense, and again, it's so hard to talk about these things with our mundane language because it's very imprecise. But if families have come together in Christian worship and fellowship for long periods of time, they have built a spiritual might in that place. Part of that is completely objective well of spiritual gravity the place has. Part of it is a specific affinity towards the deity that they have worshiped there. When we go in and claim it for ours, we lose the chunk that is tying them to their God through their worship. But we maintain this well of spiritual might that we then can add to, build upon, and use to elevate our gods. So a place that has been shown sacred and treated sacred for long periods of time has both subjective and objective might. We can maintain the objective might and enhance that and build upon that foundation to start way ahead of the game than if we did something otherwise. And that's a thing. On a completely practical scale, churches are really good because they're built for exactly what we do. They most often are built for a room for worship and an area, a kitchen, and an area for folks to eat communally and share together, and then perhaps some storage and administrative office. That's exactly what we would need for a Hoff. In a completely perfect world, if we were starting completely fresh, the shapes of those buildings or dimensions or aesthetics might be slightly different, but we would need a place to communally feast with our folk, to prepare the feast. We would need a separate place to gather and do our worship and set up an altar. And we may very well need a spot for storage or for, counseling and a office, as I like to call the offices we have at our Hofs. So churches make a very good place for us to do something like that. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, they also come very often grandfathered in with zoning that ensures that we can use the building for what we intend to without having to fight with the municipality. As far as what would prevent a place from being a Hoff, if it was just a place of ill repute, if it was a brothel or was used, maybe a drug manufacturing location or a meth lab, I don't know. Those are things we would have to consider depending upon the circumstance. Perhaps if really evil things were done there, or, heinous murders or rapes or abuses and things that would just kind of sour the place. I think those are things we would consider. We haven't run into that yet, though. We haven't run into a spot that we've rejected because it was a nefarious place, or there was some reason to be disgusted by it and not give it a fair shake. So that's why I said initially, more on the first half, there's things that have made places more appealing than others, but we haven't really found things that have made places distasteful to have a Hoff at so far. Is that all? Do you follow all that, Svan, or do you have anything to add?
No, absolutely. I think that you addressed really to people have those reservations, and I don't think they have any consideration of things, other things that go into it. They can just focus on that conflict within themselves, but they don't consider like logistics and food preparation and zoning and all of those things, and why we have considered those things and moved forward with them and made sure that those places became our own. It's just, and we try to be patient with people that have that confliction within them, because it is about trying to slowly make their perceptions of understanding wiser, if they're not in a wise spot, at least to the middling wise of understanding it to enough to where it doesn't, they can work through a lot of the conditioning of it. But yes, absolutely, 100%, nail on the head.
All right. Next one.
And I have some of these here as well. I can see them.
Well, this one I just don't understand. Maybe I missed something in the side. Who exactly is Guilford? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that might be in relation to some conversation, because
yeah, I wonder. It's a question that was fed to me here, and I have no idea any context to it. But I have no idea how to answer that one. I apologize. Next one comes from Daniel. Excuse me. Oh, newly minted Witan Daniel Young. Question is, on the subject of ritual, whether in a Hoff, a home, or outdoors, can you speak on the symbolism of the sacred flame, the need fire, I mean? Svan, can you address that?
Yeah, one of the things I think that to understand where our lore and understanding of the need fire comes from is most of it is comparative, but there is a very clear and distinct point in an English manuscript in which a Christian, law, one of the things that they talked about was not creating fire through friction. Now, that's not specific. They're not talking about, they say don't create a fire through friction, because that's what the ancient, what they said, the pagans, the heathens, the people that came before us, that in that negative light, don't do what they did. You must, create light in a different way. And I think that comes from, again, a biblical standpoint, because that's all in the Bible. A lot of the separation of the Yehudi, or the Judeans, or the Jews, and their separation from their neighbors was a very distinct part of the Torah or the Tanakh. And so that seemed to just traverse through as it was going through the folk. But it gleans a very important information. And it talks about the fact that sacred fires were made through friction, but it doesn't specify exactly how, like whether it's friction through stick or a bow drill, or even I don't know if it would be even the word itself in the usage of stone and steel, or like through, like now, a lot of people, ferro rods are a form of friction. So, but the idea of making a sacred flame in the beginning is seems to be pointed in that. And then we look comparatively, like I said, to other things when we talk about the Alderstav of the Icelanders taking land by lighting a torch and riding their horse to the four corners, as it's spoken of their land, and holding the flame up, and then riding to the next, holding the flame up. They're taking that land as a sense of responsibility, and they're kind of defining borders physically and spiritually through light and through smoke. That is the ultimate significance, I think, of the need fire. It can apply both through light, through smoke, and it can often apply itself through blessing the people in the light or blessing the people in the smoke, while also the significance of starting it. It has become organically a thing at Thor's Hoff in relation to the idea that the need fire being lit is a representation of our piety, the representation of our obligation and duty to the gods to maintain their space, to maintain their house, their Hofs, and to regularly meet with them and seek from them wisdom, guidance, help, might, and also to give it. So that the significance of making the light is kind of like reciprocal as well. And it often serves a logistical function, because once the light is lit, that flame is used when lighting other things during the ceremony, like sacred smoke from items in a censer. So if the censer is like a brass censer with sand in it, and there's, dried herbs that are sacred for the holiday, then the need fire is used. So it has a logistical function, but it has a greater spiritual function. And also in our faith, we believe there is a very, very important God that is connected between the material and the heavenly, and he resides on the edge of things, and he resides in heaven, and he's at the warding of Ausgard, the place where the gods live in heaven, and he has the ability to see. So the lighting of the light is kind of like lighting that beacon, letting the light be known to the one who can see, and then speaking to him and saying, we are now lighting this light. We are keeping our oaths. We are holding our faith. We are projecting that light to the folk here and to the gods to let them know that we continue our oaths. And so that's how the need fire has kind of evolved. Now, the usage of it back in lore may have been outside, again, friction fires, and the usage of blessing people or livestock or even items and weapons through smoke. Very, very old traditions of the Aryan people, no matter what branches we're talking about. So same for us, but it has changed a little bit. Sometimes it can be in a censer, it can be indoors, it can be more functioned around light and less around smoke because of internal fire systems or ventilation and things. So we have to take a lot of that consideration. Sometimes it can be a candle, sometimes it can be a brazier of flame, or it can be an outside fire that is lit, and it administers the beginning of the process of making the space and the folk ready to make that connection to the gods.
All right. Next question. This question seems kind of odd, and I don't know if it was a real question or not. I'm not really sure. When you open a new Hoff or Vade, do you think it's better to bury the animal corpses on the main bloat tree, or is it better to hang them on the tree? So with all questions here, and this comes from somebody who asks questions a lot, so I'm just going to take it at face value. If you were opening any kind of sacred space and animal sacrifice was a part of the worship practice there, again, like Svan said earlier, I think that if you're sacrificing an animal, you wouldn't want to dispose of the guts and the hair and bones and things like that. You wouldn't want to take something that's been handled sacredly and then just throw them in the trash. That wouldn't be appropriate. The idea of burying them by a tree, that's by your ritual tree, makes sense. The idea of burying them someplace special on The Hoff grounds make sense. Perhaps even burning them in the ritual fire makes sense. I think that the idea of festooning a tree with innards and bones and stuff is a little bit more high lung than I think needs to be done. And I don't think it has I think it has aesthetic shock value, but I don't think it really glorifies our faith in what we're trying to do. I don't think there's any context where that's not just needlessly spooky and grim without purpose, to my mind.
And the moment that becomes, and the moment, what you just said, the moment that becomes your intent is to make things spooky and to have an aesthetic that makes you feel like an edgelord, you are immediately devaluing the entirety of the gift itself. If there is a cultural context to it that has been developed or is going to be developed, I could understand it. But for the most part, we have already had cultural and context in the other things that you said, Al. So you're going the burying and the burning. That seems to be a huge point of Asatru's current gift cycling processes is the burying and the burning, as opposed to, say, for instance, the hanging, or that would be of giving to the sky or to the wind or through water, which is also not often done. And again, that I think that's logistics. It's about water. It's about contaminations and things like that. That has application as well. So it just seems that religiously, we have a tendency to give to burying and burning for multitudes of reasons. The other thing is to consider is when we talk about animal sacrifice, I also like to bring up the point that it is sacral butchering, because we are eating from the animal. And so it's not just some sort of like a slaughtering to burn or to adorn with skulls and horns and shoulder pelts and things like that. There is more to it than that. And it's not always the case, because we know in ancient writings that they had, brødblot, they had bread bloat, they had beer bloat or alblot, ale. They gave of weapons that they broke and they buried in the ground, or they gave to water. But again, a lot of people don't do that simply because of the logistics of it. If there isn't water readily available, and then if there is, the context of understanding that you might be placing something in the water that might affect other people or nature itself or the animals, we take those into consideration now. Perhaps in ancient times it was easier because those things were not a consideration, because the rawness of nature at the times of our ancestors, versus now, you go and throw stuff into a water canal or, something that, and even to think about it, like with fire in California has to be controlled, and we do control it with great care because of consideration about a lot of things. And that's the intent is what's the best way, sometimes logistically, but also to commit the act in accordance with the intent, even though we might use a different method. And, if somebody says, well, it's not a real gift unless you burn it, or it's not a real gift unless you hang it up in the trees, those, that's again, that's like Havamal, you're encountering someone that kind of has a foolish notion of the way things go for them, and they just apply it to everything, to everyone. And it's kind of laughable at sometimes, because I have seen and witnessed multiple different ways, and all the while the intent of the gifting is what is really important. And I think that when we animal sacrifice is such a touchy subject nowadays, because people are absolutely willing to buy meat from a supermarket from an animal that wasn't sacredly butchered. And then at the same time, understanding that, like, even our tactics of sacredly butchering an animal have changed from bolt and bullet and quickness of dispatchment, kind of leaning away from more archaic ways of dispatching animals, because that was the only way that it was able to be done back then, but also too, that it is not the entirety of it. And so, I I know there was a big controversy again on social media when there was a like a self-practicing polytheist that committed to holding a sacred butchering, or at least I assume so, because he never went beyond just the act of ending the animal's life. He never talked about preparation. He never talked about the meat. He never talked about how if he burned or things, or kept the bones and things. So like perfect example, during Yule, I cook a swine's head as a tradition of eating the pig head, fried pig head at the end of Yule. And I keep the bone, the skull, and I clean it and I take care of it. And then I decorate it to commemorate that Yule. Sometimes I gift it by placing it in the ground. I wanted fertile crops this year in my field of potatoes that I'm growing. And so I buried one of them as a gift to the land in hopes to garner that, because of the might and the sacredness of that time. And but again, it's all about context in that. So I think when we open a new Hoff or Ve, we do something called the land taking, which is about taking the land with fire. There actually usually is not a physical blood bloat. There is a bloat of ale and a bloat of bread and food, sometimes of flowers, or even of items. Some people have placed items at the opening ceremonies of the holy spaces where they're going to bury people. They place, even if it's something that will eventually disintegrate, like paper, or people have left gifts of flowers knowing that they're going to be slowly taken. There's a lot of that, and there's no one singular way, and I don't think it has to be, and I don't think it's good for people to think, oh man, if I have to do this, I have to, I live in an apartment in, downtown whatever city, I got to get a bull and paint it red and ride a chariot and then bonk it on the head with a club. That's getting kind of ridiculous. And again, but yes, land taking is the big one when we open Hofs and Bays.
All right, next one, Europa Hoff. When? Soon, I hope. I would love to. As soon as we get a group of AFA members over there that can meet semi-regularly, and we see a meeting of 40 persons, as soon as we have a Gothi there, both of those things would help that be a more realistic possibility. We were very close. We almost opened Thorshof, was almost done in Sweden, but we just didn't have the people. Things didn't work out just quite right. And the folks' reaction to COVID-19 kind of stopped a lot of our momentum that we had going. So yeah, I would love to have one of those, and we would absolutely make one happen as soon as that's a realistic possibility for us.
Yeah, I think people think of the Hoffs as a top down. They see the Hoff creation as something coming from the Asatru Folk Assembly, but they're not realizing that the Hoffs are actually there's people there that are involved, and there's an investment towards the idea that there's enough people there that meet regularly and commit to giving offerings to the gods. And I feel that the folks in Europe are too distant sometimes, or oftentimes I think they have maybe disagreements on the way that they want to conduct their faith with others amongst them, and that causes a lot of conflict, or there seems to be this like hold up that doesn't seem to happen in America. And being of someone who kind of can see from both sides of that, Americans and even Canadians, they've got space. They're going to go there and they're going to meet and they're going to shake hands and eat and honor the gods and then go home and do it again at the next holy tide. And for some reason the Europeans are struggling with that. And I think a lot of it is based on geography, because when you have maybe perhaps a small group in France and a small group in England, that isn't conducive as much as it would say, I get together on the regular with a with members, multiple members who are in South Carolina, and I am a whole state away. I am well over 8 hours away from them. And it's just easy for me to do that. Even though it's a large amount of distance, it's relatively easy to logistically pull that off. And there's enough tenacity. And so I would love to see the European folk really go that route. Not saying that they aren't on individual levels, but when it comes to an organizational level, they're not quite there yet. And, and then there's also another understanding is like, I think for folks that are over the ocean, they see the AFA as an American unique thing. And it was kind of the way here in the United States for a long time. A lot of people thought of the AFA as a West Coast thing. And that is, again, conditioning of the mind. It's just the perception of the way it seems. No, if you have, multiple people in your area and you're able to get them together and, and build a sacred space, even if it's at a home or at a historical site in the wilderness or on a mountain or near a river or a campsite or whatever it might be, do it. Because I think that's more important than, no, it has to be at a sacred site, exactly, 3 or more kilometers away from civilization, and we have to use wood and we have to dress up a certain way. And no, that stuff will come over time. Just go forth and do it is, I think, one of the or as Asatru has said before, the biggest distance is between 0 and 1. And we have that kind of almost there, and then it kind of dissipates. Or again, COVID was a big one. And the atrocious governmental mandates that happened on travel and other things that happened over in Europe and in Canada too, because a great number of folks that were very active got extremely stunted because of the mandates that were happening in Canada. And, and then it comes about again, if you're Asatru, this is your ethnic faith, but people don't consider it ethnic for you because that makes it somehow bad. So now you're or people are scared because they don't want to engage with, society or what have you. And that there's so many factors that I think have stopped the people from reaching one. And I would love to see, and we even talked about, me and Asatru, they were like, man, what if the first Hoff, like in like in Europe, like could we picture Zealand or Latvia or Poland or Hungary or somewhere in the Central East, kind of an availability to pull people from the East and the West and the North, and there's always considerations of how best to accommodate directions and things like that. We do that here in the States. When you think about, like, when we were looking at Odensoff and looking at Florida, it's like, well, there's Georgia and Louisiana, and there's all these states that are kind of around it. And we're starting to see patterns where about a 6-hour drive seems to be the absolute limit for people on Hoffs. And then at the same time, we've got members in the state. They know the Hoff is there, but yet for some reason they can't come out. And that's very frustrating. And I'm not immediately saying it's just lethargy, but if it is, that's no excuse. That's terrible. But if it is like work or family or pets or farms, totally understand that 100%. But those considerations come in. The reason, oh, you're muted
right there for a sec. No, what I think is important. This is a subject that we hit on from various angles constantly, and it's just honest. This isn't aimed at anybody, and I think we've all felt this maybe when we first started out. One of our greatest struggles is conquering our own fears, and we see that in so many different ways. I think one thing with Asatru, certainly with modern Asatru, is people, very often you have to move outside of your comfort zone. And that is scary. Either the group of people you're used to being around the religious background that you were raised in or are used to, behaviors that are very, very comfortable, this is often really different too. You're having to go to a different place you haven't been, around an entirely different peer group that you don't know, to do a religious practice that's very far outside of your normal understanding of the big religions where you grew up. And that's scary for a lot of people. And I don't think there's any shame in that as long as we own it and work towards getting over it. But it's scary for a lot of people. You don't know what to expect. And that can be really uncomfortable. And especially if you're going to bring your family, you don't know what you're getting into. So you want to scout it out or whatever. I remember my first gathering with other Asatru, I didn't know what to expect. They were having a moot, and I think they were doing like a little bloat in a park. I remember I stalked around in the woods, creeping on them to see what they were up to, what was going on, what was I going to get into here. And no, I understand that feeling, absolutely. But I think that's what a lot of these people face. And then I think another fear that people don't want to admit, because it sounds silly, but it's very real. You have an idea in your head built up of what this is supposed to be, how this is supposed to be done. And you don't want to shatter your fantasy by going somewhere and this not being what you thought it was. And I know people that's been a real thing too. But our people have a soul sickness, and one of the symptoms of it is that fear of, sometimes it's a fear of success, sometimes it's a fear of change, sometimes it's a social anxiety, but all of those things play in and have really, really hurt our people. And I think this is part of that. Let's see where we're at on the next one here. Okay, so this was the Europa Hoff question. We got kind of far afield. So the next one is, what's the most promising cluster of members within Europe? Sweden. Sweden has been the front runner for a long time. They're doing great. Trouble is right now our folk builder in Sweden lives very far away from the population centers where our membership are. So figuring out that logistics has been complicated. But I would still say Sweden is our most promising area over there. Okay, so this one is another one that's off topic, but interesting. I want you to answer this first, Svan. User 123 says, what are both of your thoughts on voluntary 501c3 independent financial audits with the aim to prevent graft and to guarantee extreme transparency over the long term?
Okay, so when we're talking about audits, are we talking about audits from a governmental standpoint?
Well, they said independent, so I'm assuming
internal?
Independent, no, but external, like calling in an outside accountant to just take a look at the books and do that.
I don't know. This is an interesting question just because, serving a purpose for monetary functioning, I think a lot of people don't realize, like, again, I just said the people. So from the bottom up part of the Hoff is the organization of the people. From the top down is the monetary structuring of how things are done. And that has really come into hyper focus because of the idea of buying properties. This is was a newer thing to us a little while ago. Now we're starting to get the idea of it, but that monetary placement of money and the usage of funds, really, it's like, and I think a lot of people don't realize it. It does come from Herul's ability to crunch numbers, his ability to be transparent with the Witan and talk to them about the money coming in, the percentages of amounts that we need to pay off properties as we're in debt, because being in debt is not good. And so we want to get out of debt, and what that does, giving us time scales. So there's been a lot of deep internal transparency as far as the functioning of where things go and why we are doing what we are doing. I don't know. I mean, an audit is as a function, perhaps to see money flow or to move as a tool. But to be fair, I mean, that again, like, I've had nothing but transparency from the Asatru about money and where we're placing it, what we're doing, what we're trying to get done. But like, from my perspective of this question is like, I'm, focusing on certain things within my sphere of influence as the Witan, in relation to, temples or murals or aesthetics and religious structurings and lore and books and things like that. I don't know. I would say, would it be utilized to help facilitate perhaps financial flow and understanding the best way to utilize that Fehu power? But so far, we have had pretty good, like, Asatru has done very well in relation to, again, clarifying why he's doing this and doing that, what numbers we have to do. So I don't know. I guess it's from just my understanding is if it had a benefit, I don't see why it would be bad, but I don't think at the same time is it necessary right now at all.
So reading the question, and it may have been completely general because Svan and I are currently in leadership positions in a 501c3. We are looking at it through an AFA context. It would really depend on the 501c3 and what the purpose was. I think that because this isn't transparency, it's extreme transparency. And there are instances in organizations where that might be an appropriate thing to do. I think that if there was significant reason to believe that there was malfeasance going on, perhaps, but in an organization with a hierarchical structure, I think, in general, if the leadership of the organization felt it was appropriate to call in an outside auditor to see where money's leaking or what's happening, if there's something nefarious, suspected, that makes sense. If it's from a member's perspective as to just wanting to know everything, no, I think that's contradictory to our belief in structure and hierarchy. If this came out as, for the AFA as an example, if the Witan or the Gothar had an actual, like, legitimate concern about financial malpractice and wanted to call someone in, that makes sense. I could see some of that. But if it's a bunch of Karens that just want, think they need to know all of the inner workings of everything, I think it's disruptive. And I think the principle, it's kind of a communist thing, and it's the democratization of what we're doing would be very disadvantageous. And I think it's antithetical to what we're trying to do, to have this extreme transparency as if everyone has a right to know all of everything of how business works. The more you do that, it's hard enough if you have, 20 competing voices. It becomes next to impossible if you have 1,000 competing voices with everybody trying to nitpick and argue over the tiniest minutia. It works much better in a structure like we have, where that's not how it works. And I think that is much more in line with the best values of our folk.
Yeah, I think too, it's important that people understand. I remember when I was surprised with becoming Witan, but before then, there was a great discussion about the Emperor's New Clothes and the idea that it's about speaking. The Witan is supposed to. They're not yes men. They are contemplative sometimes contradictory, sometimes cantankerous, if you will, towards each other in the relationships of where things are going, money, how this is going to be talked about, what it will be perceived. Some of us play, like the devil's advocate and things. There's a lot of discussion that goes back and forth, and every single person in the Witan is there. And the Aushergothi has asked us to be there to talk from our perspectives, whether it's law. I mean, all of us, I think, theologically are there. When we think about our relationship to the gods, that's a huge important factor for every Witan member. But every other Witan member also brings a unique factor, whether it's organizational and logistics. The idea, would this just gum up everything for no apparent reason? Well, the law aspects are huge and are very, very filled with gravity. And sometimes our law speaker can speak with a brevity and swiftness to those topics with no fear of, ire. He owns that sphere, and when we all know it. So when he speaks up about it, we all listen. And there's a lot of that kind of happens in that hierarchical structure that is made. And then ultimately, once it's been completely milled over, oftentimes doggedly milled over, the point is that at that point, the Aushergothi makes the decision with all those considerations involved, and then we try to make the success of it. So,
and one of the things that I want to express, it again, in the world we live in, it's not a good soundbite to say, yes, extreme transparency is bad, and throwing it out to, every member to know every inner working of the organization isn't efficient. But from a practical standpoint, it's just not. That said, transparency has always been really important to me, and our membership being able to trust is really important to me. And I've always asked for anyone who has a question to ask, and I would be glad to give them an answer. And I've been really committed to that for a very long time. It's extremely important to me. And as a matter of fact, it's the genesis of these shows that we do. These all come from my once a month question and answer shows that I would do by myself in a similar format, but just me, and I'd answer questions. I started that when somebody years ago accused, they made some kind of statement that wasn't true then. It was an ignorant statement, but in case anybody felt that way, I wanted to fix it. They said that, the Witan and the Aushergothi didn't want any feedback, and they, didn't want anybody asking any questions and weren't transparent enough. So I vowed, no, I will literally take every question, and I want to give people the opportunity to ask me any question. I believe very much in an open door policy. I've given everyone out my phone number to ask anything that they'd like. Nick, please feel free to put that phone number up if you'd like right now. But anyone is always welcome to call me if they have any questions, because it's important to me to be able to build that relationship and maintain that trust with folks. So I don't think the idea of transparency is bad. I think bombarding people who don't need to know with all the details, or having disgruntled individual members demand audits of the books, is offensive, counter to our values of hierarchy, and kind of a commie thing to do. What I do think is being approachable and having anybody being able to ask me any question they'd like and give an honest answer is the right way to address transparency. And I'm very, very committed to that. Next one. This is okay. Question. Have you had a dream of a god? What happened? Also, have you seen a god in the form of clouds? I saw Odin very crisp and vivid in a cloud, and I'll never forget. Svan, have you ever had a dream about a god? If so, what happened? And have you ever seen a god in the clouds?
Yes and no. Mainly just because not to my memory. But first, yes, I remember when I was very young, I had a dream, and at that time I was young then, and I was even younger in the dream, and I didn't quite correlate it till many years later what the significance of of that imagery in my dream. I was young, as a barely a teenager, if you will, and I had a dream of myself even as a child, and I remember very distinctly of the clothes I was wearing in the dream, having a white softball jersey style sleeve, red and white, with the red sleeves, of a Mickey Mouse shirt with a red collar around it. I don't really recall, like, I was wearing shorts, and there was an elder man next to me, and he was entirely gray. Like, he wasn't wearing pants, or it was almost like the top of him or whatever he was wearing covered his entire body. And all I could really see is his hands and the bottom of a beard. His face was obfuscated, and I couldn't see it, even though I was desperately trying to see him. And all that was said was, "Are you ready?" And I said yes. And then he released me down an aisle of trees, like almost like a road with planted trees where the branches cascaded over the road. And then I woke up. And to this day now, in correlation, only a couple years after that dream, it hit me that might be the divine. And in my opinion of negotiating with imagery and things like that, that I felt that was Odin. But I am not claiming that I have, yes, that Odin came down and sat down in a chair next to me, and the dreaming of it itself, the seeds of our soul, remember, and our Ond and our Odin being connected to Odin. I always kind of even thought about the idea that perhaps it was just a seed planted, and all the imagery that I was attaining at that moment had significance in order to guide me in a direction I needed to go, so that almost like a recording or even just a self-constructed seed image to move forward from there. But I do still feel to this day, that's the only dream I've ever had where that was the case. I do have one incident with when I was a child, and I think I briefly talked about this in a Victory Never Sleeps, where my family found me in the hallway, curled up in a ball. I must have been like maybe 4 or 5, and they tried to wake me up. And I said to them that the man with the wide brim hat told me to sleep here, where I would be safe. And that creeped out my family so much that they left me there to sleep because they didn't want to disturb whatever I was doing. And then they told me that many, many years later, but I don't recall it at all. As far as the clouds go, no, but I certainly don't discount anyone's visage when you said you saw that clearly, because again, too, the way that we encounter some of the divine isn't always just in dreams. It could be audible, it could be visual, it could be symbolically so, in which we we're looking at something where we in our mind we think of clouds because we're looking at the sky, but then suddenly the image of becomes very, very visceral and clear. And that is, again, kind of in relation to that story I told about the storm coming. I didn't see anything, but that storm came, and the visceral moment, the synchronicity of all of that had significance to me. So when you're working in imagery, and I'm big into art and I'm big into imagery and the idea of shape, there is a visible sense that you can open doors into your subconscious through seeing imagery that you immediately connect on the conscious level. You're again, when we talked about the soul, and we talked about the huer, the thought, and the mini. And so when you see an image like that pierces right through the thought and into your memory and will never ever leave there, that's a significant moment, and you correlated it immediately. So, but I have not had that luck in relation to clouds, but I did have a dream.
It's always, and Svan and I are both hesitant to overspeak or make more out of something because we don't want to be impious. One that I had just, okay, you guys have heard my story about my silly, wasn't meant silly, but it is certainly silly in retrospect. But my example of I placed a shot of Goldschlager and a can of Fancy Feast out as an offering for Freya and her cats when I first found Asatru. And I was going through this sequence where I forget for how long, but I was going through this for a certain number of nights. I would go and approach one of our gods and make an offering, for lack of a better word, introduce myself and let them know that I'm here, I'm open. If you want to communicate with me, please do, but I'm here, I'm listening, here's an offering. And that night, I actually fell asleep in front of, it was, again, at this point, I was brand new. I didn't have an altar, but I set up a little space on top of a dresser and did things. And I sat down in front of it and tried to meditate, and it was hurting my back. So I laid down and I actually fell asleep there. And I had what I remember of the dream, and I believe this was Lady Freya. There was an angry young woman kind of charging up the stairs, like I was downstairs and she was storming off upstairs, and yelled at me, "She doesn't even know you love her." And I didn't know at the time, like, what that was a reference to. I know that it sounds like that's necessarily in a romantic context, but I didn't feel like that was the case per se. So at that, I kind of examined the different relationships I had with women in my life, and I tried to make it a really specific point of telling the women in my life that I care about, how much I care about them, and making sure that they know that, instead of being taken for granted or not. It's strange. It was simultaneously romantic and familial and everything else all in one. And it was very interesting. And it was, it was just a subtle little thing, but I remember it very vividly, 20 some years later. And no, I've never seen things in the clouds that I found particularly meaningful. I know a lot of people do, and I don't discount that at all, but that's never really been something that I've experienced. So the next one is the same question, is the same craftsman doing all the wood carving / woodwork on the outside and inside of the individual Hoffs. No, we really don't have a lot of decorative woodwork that's been done in any of the locations, except with some exceptions. So Mark McLeod has done the crossed gables woodworking, and he's had a couple of people help him on the first set, but he's been doing the woodworking on those at Odensoff. I was going to say, Gothi Jason Plurd has done 4 different altars that he's built inside Hofs, for ancestor altars and for the heroes of those Hofs. So 2 at Baldershof and also 2 at Njordshof. And we had a member, he's not a leader in the AFA, so I don't know if he wants his name out there, but he did a really beautiful altar for Meister Guido von List at Odensoff. So we've had a lot of different people help us, but we really don't have a lot of extensive woodworking inside the Hofs. And then Gothi Rob Stam went up to, first he did some gabling at Thorshof, and then he went up to Baldershof and he carved a Balder godpole from a tree that was, truncated, like broken down during a storm, and with what was left, he made a godpole to Balder. So we've had a number of different woodworkers do different projects here and there, but yeah. All right, so the next one is from Monk. Matt, I have some friends in Sweden. Who do I put them in contact with in Sweden? You put them in contact with Eric Lugnet. And Eric is really cool to have his wife, I was very honored. I performed their wedding service for them years ago. And she's an American and he's a Swede, but he spent a lot of time in America. So any kind of cultural miscommunication or cultural not quite understanding isn't there. He understands Swedish culture, being a native Swede, but he's very acclimated to American culture, so he can deal well with expats and with people here in the United States talking to him, and it smooths over the Swedes are very good with the communication anyway, but any problems that might be there are completely out of the way because he's so very fluent in both cultures. But elugnet@runestone.org. Hopefully Nick will throw that up. Oh, also over on the side, we just got a donation over on Entropy. Thank you very much from folk builder Nick Salo. $15. We really appreciate it. Hail the leaders of the AFA. Onwards and upwards. Hail victory.
Hail.
Indeed. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Next question. Okay. Okay, I understand it now. I'm sorry. Nick sent this to me as screenshots, and they're very small, so I'm having a hard time reading them. I apologize. I'm a more politic-centered now. I feel my spirituality need to align with my political beliefs. Am I being incorrect in my views here? No, absolutely they should. At first, the way it should work is your whole life should mesh together in, it should synchronize, and it should, so there's a word that says what I'm trying to say perfectly, and it'll probably come to me after I don't need it anymore. But no, no, it's frustrating me because it's perfect for the thing. All of the pieces of your life should work together, and they should build upon and benefit from each of the other. Yes, politics should flow downstream from your core values, and your core values should be informed by your faith. Because politics are, and I'm not I think that I don't discourage anyone from being politically active. I'm not anti-political things, but politics are based on the moment. The politics of today would have been very different 20 years ago, different 20 years prior to that. They will be different 20 years from now because they are specific to the problems a political unit is facing in a context, in a specific space and time. Core values are timeless. Core values, you can apply them differently in different circumstances, but the core value is timeless. So that's where it should come from. And those core timeless values are intrinsically linked with our gods and our faith. So you absolutely need that, and you've done yourself a disservice in being political without that other element that you build good politics on. So I would strongly encourage you to do that, and I think you would notice that helps inform your politics in a very good and organic way. All of those things should inform how you interact with the people around you, and your interactions with the people around you should be looked at through a lens of your core values, and should affect, how you express your politics. So again, all of these things in your life should work together and blend with one another. Do you have anything to add on that, Svan?
No, I think from a church standpoint, from the Asatru Folk Assembly, I think a lot of people, when they come from a strictly political mindset, one of the things they got to realize is that not everyone is as political as other people might want people to be. I think that I'm just speaking from experiences that there is a huge spectrum. Our core values define like a framework, but there's a level in between where you find more of the nuances of certain people. And so like if somebody has in their mind one specific way of an ideology or something, and they meet someone in the AFA who doesn't like fit all of those bills, they have a tendency to work from a political mindset, and this ends up stifling them in the idea that they're part of a community and not everyone's going to agree about everything. There are core principles that other politics have that are completely antithesis to the core principles of our faith. So, again, somebody was speaking about being atheistic, but yet believing in the gods. And I was having this kind of discussion with them about how that you either are or you're not. And, but there's a sense of when we talk about governance and things, people may understand certain political ideologies and see value in certain things, but if they don't, believe in it as much as I believe in it, then the whole of the church is flawed. And they have this kind of like all or nothing mentality of that. But, it's like, as I've been in the Asatru Folk Assembly, I've heard plenty of opinions outside of our Garth about their opinions, and blind people pointing at things is kind of funny. So beyond that, the reality is I've met many people in the AFA, many different takes on things philosophically, politically, whether we're talking about Platoism, whether we're talking about, the usage of primitivism versus, organic spirituality in the modern world, Reconstructionism, or if we talk about politics and we talk about, more libertine senses of self-rights, citizens' rights, human rights, even monarchism versus, authoritative traditionalism. You could go all over the place, and it really just kind of depends. But these are just people talking about the things they believe in outside of just the faith. And I think that the one problem that really disheartens me is when someone's super active and they know they're active from a political sense, and they meet somebody who's like, well, I don't really care about any of that stuff. I care about coming here and building a community. How could you be that way? And they just get all stifled up, and they don't understand that it's, a community is built around the core principles of faith and our spiritual, not the nuances of governance. And so you have to really come to terms with that. And if that's a problem for you, one, you're going to purity spiral yourself into inactivity. And so, that's, I think, something that I would warn against. Don't purity spiral into this kind of sense of why you're really doing what you're doing, or why you really believe what you believe in, and understand the benefits of spiritual connection to the gods, a spiritual connection to your ancestors, and a visceral, soulful experience with your community, and understanding there are different people. You're going to meet people that you might have more in common with than other people. That's okay. You're going to meet people that are in different times of their lives. You might meet an elderly person you don't have a lot in common with, or you might meet someone who's married or not married if you're married, and so on and so forth. And you'll meet these people, and they'll have different levels of the way they intimately work with you in the community. And that's okay. At the end of the day, it's about developing your moral and spiritual growth and connection to the gods, your governance and your ideas and philosophies, which I have met people that have changed over the span of a decade multiple times, as long as they hold true to what is not changeable, which is the gods of our folk. That has a tendency to guide people. And I think when they have falls, or they meet people that they like politically, but then something happens between them, you can always, go back to honoring the gods and working your way from there and trying to refigure out your life. I mean, I'm older now, so being young and being full of, ideas and thoughts and passions and things like that, those have evolved over time. So yeah, that's my only warning. If you're coming, and you admitted it, saying, I come from a political kind of ideological background, consider this before stepping forward.
All right. Elsie Christensen never bore children. Does women rising in leadership distract them from their highest purpose of continuing the folk? How can these two activities be balanced? I think the answer on how they can be balanced is going to be different in every circumstance. I also think that life is shorter than we'd like it to be, but it's longer than it allows for the time in a woman's life to bear children, to raise those children, and also to be active in leadership when that's appropriate. And when you say in leadership, we can talk about different fields or politics or various other things. I have to assume without, anything else that it's in an AFA context, especially because you mentioned the folk mother. So I assume this has to do with Asatru. I don't know why her and her husband never had children, but she was an old lady when she was doing most of her Asatru things. Most of her fame in Asatru was after her childbearing years. So I don't think that's the reason or that was the conflict. I'm trying to think, I don't want to misspeak, but I would say most of the women in any leadership positions in the AFA have children and have, very active, very successful family lives. Often they have multiple children that they're raising and doing things with. And I don't think they have to conflict. When kids are very, very young, then it's much more of a hassle and they require much more hands-on all the time. As they get older, there's more time to focus on some of these things. But again, a life is a long time. And I think that planning that out with how your family develops is something that can absolutely be done. But there's no one answer in how that balance works or it doesn't. I imagine it works different in many different situations. Also, it depends on the father, what he does, what time he has available, what his aptitude is for helping out with the kids. There's a lot of X factors, but I certainly think it can be done. Does it add an extra challenge? Absolutely. If a woman spent her whole existence focused solely on the creation of and raising of children, that's going to have more focus than other things. That's just common sense, but it doesn't mean it can't be done or that it shouldn't be done to do, a myriad of other things, including leadership in our church. Okay. So from James, speaking on hallowed places, once you've done a hammer hallowing on your own land around your family's sacred space, is it necessary that every time to do that every time, or would that simply be unnecessary? I think that the answer to that question is based on, is that sacred space only used for sacred things, or does it get used for mundane things as well? If it's permanently used for sacred things, then no, I don't think you need to continue to do it. I think that is redundant. If you set up a sacred space in your yard, you do ritual there, then you take down whatever your implements are, and it's the same place that, the kids are playing and you are doing any number of other things, or you're gardening or whatever. If it's something that you use frequently but is not permanently sacred, then you should, do that each time. But that's what I have. That's the principle behind that, is if it stays for sacred use, to do that. And I wouldn't fuss if animals happen to walk through it, or small things. I wouldn't fuss. But if it is permanently made for sacred space, just because somebody throws a football and it lands in there and somebody's got to go get it, I don't think that requires a reconditioning of the space. And Monk wants to ask me what I think about Oh, no, he wants to ask all of us. It's later on he wants to ask me something specific. What do we think about Valiant Thor?
Valiant Thor. This is kind of harkening back to the alien question.
So I don't know anything. So I Googled that when I first saw it pop up on the screen. I saw that those are the kind of topics he covers. I know absolutely nothing about that guy, so it would be ignorant of me to even speak on it.
Well, and I'm relatively intimate with the subject, but it is a nuanced thing. Like if you don't know what that is, you wouldn't. Again, it's in the coast to coast framework, if you will. That's a George Norrie hot button, but we can't unfortunately have listened to all of the episodes. So it's like, but so the only outside of the name Thor that was utilized in the story, outside of that, I do not believe there's any sort of religious connection between the Lord and Storm, Father of the Sky, Thor, and Valiant Thor. The proclamation of Eisenhower's daughter and her speaking on the act that Eisenhower was approached by a group of like beatnik aliens, and I'm joking there. I really, it's an interesting story, and I just remember seeing the pictures of them, and they're wearing these sunglasses, and they got these kind of mod suits on, and that story is super interesting. But outside of the name Thor and Valiant Thor, I do not believe there is a connection spiritually to our religion. Outside of that, it's an extremely interesting story of the idea of like an alien taking human form and approaching the president of the United States and getting access to be talked to, and numerous people saying they talked to him, and Eisenhower's daughter saying that this was a real thing. But that's just an interesting story, and I don't quite know where to believe in it. I do have a recommendation if anybody's ever interested in looking into it. There's a great presentation of it from a YouTuber called Y-Files. All you have to do is look up Y-Files, Valiant Thor. He does a great presentation, and then he kind of talks about it at the end about what he believes based on his research, and he leaves it he's not super biased. His whole thing is to present the case as it is presented via the internet, which can be dangerous in and of itself. And then at the end, he talks about the points and some of the considerations and people that were involved, and some people that made money or wrote books about it, and so on and so forth. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the connection, of course, there between it perked my interest when I heard his name and went into it. But outside of that, it's certainly an interesting story.
All right. So I've got to dig into that maybe later tonight, maybe tomorrow, but I'm kind of curious one way or another.
Yeah, I'll send you that link. It's a great one.
Good deal. I appreciate it. Next one is from William. I have an off-topic question. When did you get your first Mjolnir pendant, and where or who did it come from? So I got my first one at the museum store in the Fifth Avenue Mall in Anchorage, Alaska. I don't even know if they have those anymore. They almost don't have any malls anymore, but it was this place that had a bunch of cool educational things, loosely history-based items and art things and knickknacks. And at the front counter, they had a little whirly-do, the little thingy that spins that had different jewelry on it. And it had a couple of different varieties of Thor's hammers. So it's the same model, or it's based off of the same model the one I currently wear is from. It's based on that original archaeological model. And it actually was a brass one. It's gotten a little bit green and discolored over the years. I could probably clean it up. But I actually gave that to my daughter, Aubrey, at her baby naming. So she's got my first hammer. It's too big and inappropriate for a little girl, but it was important to me to pass that on to her. And yeah, that's mine. It's fun. Where'd you get your first hammer? What's the story behind that?
Okay, so I just looked it up just to see if he was still there. So I didn't have a hammer for many, many years because when I became Asatru, I was 14, and 1990, 1995, somewhere in there. And there wasn't like internet accessibility. There was no like shop or place that I could go to attain that. But there's first off, there's two things that I remember about that time that were very, very important. One of them was really dumb, and the other was really cool. It was very cool for everybody to receive or try to get their Thor's hammer. It was a testament to the faith, and I think that is the coolest thing. I remember also at the time a lot of people going by these moniker names, like bloodborne pathogens son and all this stuff, and it was just like, but the hammer part is the fact that you bring up the question just flooded me with those memories of like trying to attain my hammer. I ended up, I don't remember when, but I got some internet access to a website, and there was a long time before I even wore a hammer. The website is called, so it's the name is Yelling Dragon, but it's spelled with a J, so JELLING, and but the website I think is just called Yell Dragon, JELL Dragon, and that's because of the yelling of the period of artwork and time frame and place in Sweden, and it's a Swedish website. But when I got access to that, I bought a blowing horn, which is currently at Thorshof right now. I bought a drinking horn, which is currently at my Vey here in my house, and I bought a Thor's hammer. But that Thor's hammer I ended up placing on my grandmother's grave when she passed away in Reykjavik. I placed it on her coffin at her funeral before they placed the soil over her. And she had passed away. And that's another interesting story of for kind of spookiness as far as that is involved. But there was also a loss of a child from one of my aunts, and she was born still. And so my grandmother left with a child through the threshold of life. She was a mother of 11 children. So she was able to carry that child back to the ancestors one last time she was a mother again. So I placed that hammer there, but that was a really powerful one. And it was probably the best way I will never regret giving away that hammer. But it was a silver pendant hammer, full on silver. And it was many, many years. I don't even recall when I got my first Thor's hammer in relation to when I first started giving bloat to the gods. But yeah, that was a huge, significant one. After that, I think I went to like some events and bought some off of vendors, that I'm trying to support them. And then over time, eventually, Etsy has become the place. And this, being gifted, I like iron as the pendant metal. And the last one I got was a wooden one from the red oak outside of Thorshof. And it is actually, wait a minute. It's right here. This was made by a member of ours. There was a storm and lightning struck the red oak outside of the Hoff at Thorshof, and a branch fell. It didn't hit anything. And strangely enough, an old man came by while we were gone and cut it up for us. And so pieces were taken by folk builder Bobby Shotwell, and he did an amazing work, and he built these wooden hammers. And so I have this one as well. The only problem is that I accidentally cracked it at the gym. I was doing a bench press in the bar, hit it just right and cracked it. So that's the problem with wood as a median. But for wearing it for ceremony in suits, it's beautiful stuff. Very, very meaningful to me. The only temple to Thor in North America, or even, dare I say, the world, specifically to him, and the red oak right outside. So that's really cool. This one was given to me, and I will eventually gift it to my son. So
All right, I'm trying to find where we were in the order of operations here. This is a clunky way to find our questions. I apologize. Reminds me of the good old days where I'm spending half the time reading through the chat and there's dead air. All right. In relation to funerals, when doing our wills, is there specific language needed to indicate where we want an AFA funeral service? What does an AFA funeral look like? So first, Svan, have you ever conducted a funeral?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as specific verbiage, law speaker Alan Turnage, I would suggest reaching out to him. He might know better. In mine, I specified that the AFA should be the one to handle any funeral services and the disposition of my remains, just to ensure that the AFA will be able to do what the AFA wants and given max discretion. I think what's very important verbiage-wise is who you choose as the executor of your will. And again, like I said, Alan Turnage would be the one I would ask because he would know specifically. And he is an attorney, so he would know the language. But yeah, just make it clear. And I don't think it always needs to be in legalese. It just needs to be very clear. What does an Asatru funeral look like? It depends on where it's at. I think it looks like most funerals would look. It can look like whatever the deceased or the family wants. I've done several different funerals and several different kind of situations. I did one in a funeral home that, in their auditorium's probably not the right word, but in their room they have set aside for funeral services. I did one in there. I did one at a military cemetery, and that was a little bit different. I've done several in different locations. So it all depends. It doesn't look okay. If left to our own devices, unless the family has special wishes to do special things, it looks like any other normal funeral. What I think is really important, and I try to do though at all of them, is to have a horn of mead and have people come up and say things about the deceased and make a toast. All of the rest of it is very wide open, but the most important thing to me is for people who knew the deceased to be able to come up and tell stories about them and tell the group about them. It's always off-putting to me at some other religions' funerary services when it's not about the deceased. It's an opportunity to talk about Jesus, or it's an opportunity to do something generic, because very often the officiant doesn't have a personal relationship with the person they're providing the service for. And I sympathize. Some funerals that I've done, I didn't know the person I was doing it for. So opening it and speaking about our hope for the afterlife, speaking about reputation, speaking about these things, and calling and invoking the gods to bear witness, or to bear witness and watch over this person's soul on its journey. Those things, invoking of the divine, is something I would do as a Gothi. But so much of the service that I would do would be having friends and family come up and speak about the person who's passed. And that's what I would, those are the bare bones of what I think, the funerals that I've conducted anyway. Svan, do you have any more to add on that?
Yeah, I did too. And one was like, as you said, almost, well, and for me, I don't know. It was at a funerary home, and it was a memoriam. I mean, the body had already been cremated and it had already been placed. So it was a memoriam. And then the holding of the horn and speaking and basically as as Gothar, you become an organizational hub in order to conduct the ceremony. You initiate, you bring forth the entire connection of it all, and then the folk end up kind of carrying it for this moment, and then you end up closing it again. Or at least that's the way it was for me, and that's I'm speaking, to William. That's kind of how it would look from that standpoint. The other one, though, the first one I ever conducted was deeply intimate. I knew the gentleman. He was Asatru. He had married a woman who wasn't Asatru, but he and I got to do bedside rites for him, which was unique. One, I was not ordained. I was not brought into the proper Gothar titling. What had happened was he had a lung disease, and it was very rapid, and it was very, very quick, and it was happening. And I met him bedside, and he said, "You're the only person I know that is going to be able to do this." And I took it up. I said, "I will do it." So we held bloat, or I conducted bloat next to him and anointed him and spoke of some very significant stanzas from the Havamal and from Grimnismal, and then we drank and we honored. He wanted to honor Lord Frey, and asked for bounty for his wife and family that that now that he was leaving and he wasn't able to provide for them, and that his ancestors greet him well. It was very, very tough. And then afterwards, it was conducted at the beach. He was already cremated. I had constructed a wooden boat with two friends of mine, and we placed his ashes in a wooden boat, and we pushed them into the Chesapeake Bay off of Ocean View Beach, and we lit it on fire. And I'm surprised to this day that nobody said anything, because, again, I was not ordained, and I did not have an understanding of what we were just doing it. And apparently there's no police or anybody came, and we had two gentlemen that were there at the whole time to make sure it didn't float off anywhere. But we stood on the beach, and I sang a dirge in memoriam to him that I still remember and sing oftentimes to the dead now. And then her side, her some of her friends and her family, and a clergyman from her religion, which to be honest, I don't recall, said a few words, but that was, I think, more for his wife. I conducted more because he was physically alive when we talked about what we would do. But again, that was based off of what he wanted.
All right, the next question. I'm not sure I follow the question. Would an extended outing in nature, like a month or more, using survival techniques and all that, be something that could be considered?
Utsitia? Outsitting?
Well,
maybe?
Could be considered for what? I think an adventure like that would be meaningful if somebody wants to do that. If you get your spiritual fulfillment by being in nature and opening yourself to the sights, the sounds, that experience, and also opening yourself up to survival by your own means. So living off the land in a natural situation, sure, that might be a really meaningful thing for you. That might put you in a space mentally and spiritually where you can more easily commune with the gods and your ancestors in the serenity and the quiet of the woods. So yeah, that might be a really good thing for you if that's something that speaks to you. I don't think objectively that's any more potent than other things, but I do think subjectively that can be very, very spiritual depending upon the person. Svan, do you have thoughts on that question?
The first thing that came to my mind when I saw the question was outsitting, but outsitting has a different context, especially when you're talking about laying on top of the grave mounds of your ancestors in order to be inspired. But I am also a big proponent for survival stuff and things like that. So I would say hold a bloat to Uller and to Vidar, and go out and test yourself, but be safe. I mean, don't put if there's people depending on you, for livelihood and things like that, and you going out there, be safe, have contingency plans. Don't wrap pork chops on your face and run around in front of bears. That's bad. And, you got to think properly and correctly about what you're doing. But if you find a way to make an itinerary of useful spiritual conduction, like if you're doing survival stuff during the day and prepping for fire at night, and then you hold ceremony, you hold bloat that night, and you're doing this in communion, I would say that trials to commune with the gods and build that's absolutely great stuff. Is it in relation to sacred spaces and stuff? But all questions, right? So just be safe. Remember that if there's other people involved in your life, you need to make sure you don't just disappear on them and go do. Be wise before you step out the door. Prepare yourself for what you might encounter, and ultimately have the religious experience of communing with the gods as the highest of priorities, on top of really the luck of survivability, which is a lot of it is luck. So,
it depends where you go. It depends where in the woods. And I grew up in Alaska. If you're in the winter in Alaska, then good on you. If you can survive out there with your own skills, then you are a better man than most. So it really depends on when and where, but getting out in nature like that is very, very viscerally important to a lot of people when it comes to them connecting. Some people, that's the only way they really connect with the divine, is getting, I think a big part of it is nature and the setting, but another part of it is just getting away from people and getting in a place that's serene, and there's no buzzing, and there's no ringing, and there's no noise, and there's nothing to distract. And I think that's really important to a lot of folks as well.
Yeah. And don't make that the entirety of your spiritual journey, because a lot of people that are just only go into nature, they can't community build. They want community. They believe in community. They can't community build because the only way they can connect is by isolation.
Yeah.
Try to broaden the palette, but do it. Do both.
Absolutely. Be a whole person. Be balanced.
Right.
Next question. Matt, I did my will. I'm really glad to hear that. Who do I send it to? You mentioned someone a few streams back. Law speaker Alan Turnage. Nick will throw up let's think of it. That's kind of a gross way to put it. Nick will put the address up, the P.O. box, and make sure that it is signed and notarized, that it's an original copy. You can get multiple copies signed and notarized, so you have your own or whatever, but an original copy to Alan. And we would do our very best to try to make sure that, no pun intended, that your will is done for the handling of anything you put in there. Again, even if it has nothing to do with Asatru or an Asatru funeral or being interred at one of the Hoffs, we just want to make sure you get what you want and that's taken care of. It's how our dead and their wishes are treated is very, very important to us. So we just want to do our best, and we've had so many times where we've been unable to help, and we don't want to do that anymore. From Monk, Matt, what do you think about Portlock, Alaska? I have never heard about that. So when you mentioned it, I Googled it real quick, and it's in a hard place to get to unless you're like a commercial fisherman or you go by that spot. It's not something you can really get to on the road system. So I don't know much about it, but I am kind of curious, and it's on my list of things that I'd like to know a little bit more about when we get off the stream tonight. Okay, so I think this is the same question in kind of reverse order. Okay. I say Christianity is a Jewish Trojan horse used to conquer Germanic tribes where Rome failed militarily. Is it wrong? Is it wrong, my interpretation of Christianity? Um, I think that so separating intention from outcome, I think, is important. I think when viewed by outcome, you're correct, but I don't think that's what the intention was. And you see that because of the friction with the early Christians and the Jews. There's a very strong slave underclass revolt thing that involved Christianity forming that isn't related to the politics of Judea as the time as far as Hebrews go. So I don't think it was the Sanhedrin didn't conspire to let's make Christianity so we can go trick Germanics because Rome couldn't get it done. I just don't think that the collusion worked like that at the time. I think that certainly it is Jewish in its roots, Christianity is, and it succeeded in converting and conquering Germanic peoples where Rome was unable to militarily. So your outcome is correct, but I don't think that was the intention of it. I think that's giving far too much credit to a process that took, 1,000 years to the very end of it, probably 300 years till it had any effect whatsoever on Germanic tribes. So that's some extreme long game planning if that was the case.
Yeah, I think to say that is kind of like saying that the Civil War was entirely fought because of slavery. That functions itself well now as a political argument, but it clearly wasn't the case then. So to say that Christianity was entirely just a Trojan horse, when you think about the like what Asatru talked about when it coming of age in the Roman Empire and the fall of Rome, and then eventually the Holy Roman Empire, and then of course immediately the correlation between Charlemagne and his allowance of the migrations of Jewish people from Central Europe or Central Asia westward and throughout, and then eventually it flipped again when it went and eventually turned into like the Inquisition. So there's like this back and forth interplay that has happened numerous times throughout, and so I think the key component that you're talking about would be Charlemagne's kind of decrees. But then after that, it was just, back and forth. And there was also like other groups that had moved throughout Europe after Charlemagne and even before Charlemagne. But really, that moment of Charlemagne's rise of the Holy Roman Empire really brought about the turning point of what I would think you're kind of leaning towards, is that ideologically Christianity for a brief moment was kind of paralleling with the founding sect that it came, or the founding religion that it came from. And then it became its own sect once it completely adopted Arian ethos, like the Trinity and things like that. The tripartite is Arian. There was no Trinity in early Christianity, and then it was adopted and even fought over for many years about. And then once that happened, there was a great divide between Christianity and Judaism that happened in Europe. But, again, most of my arguing on social media a lot of times is telling European Christians that Christianity is from Judaism. And I've had virulent arguments where they just refuse to believe that it's a Middle Eastern religion. And to the point where it's just cognitive dissonance of like nova explosion levels, where they just disconnect. Even reading the Bible and reading everything about the Tanakh, and then eventually it conspiratories out into that. Again, there was this grand architectural conspiracy that Christianity was originally its own thing, and it was a European thing, and then these people stole it and turned it into, and that was even before it got to Europe, and Jesus was a white guy and all that stuff. It gets wild, but really Charlemagne was that point. And after that, it was a a slinky effect, I think, that happened. You know, whether we're talking about Charlemagne decreeing that nobody should really mess with the practitioners of Judaism in Europe, but then you look at like Longshanks extraditing all Jews out of England. There's just this back and forth and so on and so forth. So I think that the intimacy of conflict and resolution in Europe between Christians and Jews happened after Charlemagne. And then now we can see it with, like, you know, Protestantism. You know, I've heard nothing but incessant complaining from Catholics saying that Protestantism is the reason why now it's a Trojan horse or something like that. And there's a lot of finger pointing. Orthos are pointing at Catholics and so on and so forth. And it's all quite tiresome. But at the end of the day, now that the information about Christianity is available via the internet, that like runes for us are so vapidly, we have so much information now that was never around before. Now Christians are starting to see more of their connectivity to the parent religion and where it came from, and have the ability to see its evolution. You know, when the Saul of Tarsus and all of them in Greece, and then moving to Rome, and then the rise to Charlemagne. And again, as Asatru, they said, this took over, 300 to 1,000 years. And even then, the slinky effect's been going on till even still today. I think the one thing that's worth noting, though, is because our faith is ethnic, Christians and, I can't speak for Jews, I don't know, but the idea is like an ethnic faith of European peoples frightens universalists all around. Just everybody, whether they're Jews, Muslims, or Christians. I think that the idea is that because we have an ethnic faith, and that ethnic faith can also suddenly invigorate sovereignty of land and sovereignty of lineage and sovereignty of ethnicity and culture and language and art and all that stuff, terribly frightens people who want all of those things to be blurred. So at the end of the day, they're just either willing to admit, like Christians are either willing to admit that they are the subsect of Judaism, and some Jews don't want to admit that Christianity is that, or they believe it's some sort of heretical offshoot or whatever. At the end of the day, Asatru is the ethnic faith of Europe, and our people, and where they stemmed from in the central and all the way westward. Our Holy Land is the place that our blood sprung from. So, and that really gets in the craw of a lot of different people.
All right. Witan Svan, James asks, during a Halloween, can you explain stead as opposed to having heard it pronounced steed?
Yeah, absolutely. Stead, homestead. Like we use the word English stead, but if you're familiar with German or Dutch, they use the word Stadt. So like there's the South Africans have the Volksstadt, where they're creating a suburb in South Africa to kind of get away from a lot of the grotesque violence and things like that. Stadt just means town. So, but it comes from the same source. Ultimately, we get it from Anglo-Saxon stede, and a stede is a place. It could be a town, it could be a home.
It's the same root as steadfast or steady, if you will, is maintaining right, your place.
Yeah, your place, your positioning. So to hallow a stead is just, like in the prayers that I have in relation to the usage of the word stead, that was actually just a hearkening back to linguistics for our folk to understand that we have a common language of Germanic words. The word steed, though, I'm not super familiar with its etymology. I will actually look that up in here in just a second. But because the usage of the word for horse is varied. Horsa and equos, and even like in Icelandic, it's ferd, which is like PFERD, and like which would be like applied in English for a baby horse, like a fowl horse. And then we have stallion and Latin words and things like that, and mare, and so there's tons of stuff in relation to horses. But stead itself has nothing to do with horses. It has everything to do with Stadt, steading, steadfast. That's where that comes from. So hallowing the stead means hallowing the place you're standing.
Okay. So the next one is kind of complex. All right. So this is from Ryan. Leela Oleve, I sorry, a temple dedicated to Uller in Sweden was found to contain many offerings of oath rings, Uller being associated with oathing. Many other stories from the sagas have been proven through archaeological digs. What is the thought on how many other holy sites or historically important sites to our people may be proven through archaeology as they are attested to in what many consider to be over-exaggerated stories rather than literary fact? For clarification, this question sort of deals with the wholesale acceptance of other cultures' lore as fact, yet ours often seems fanciful despite archaeological evidence which proves it. Do you have thoughts on that, Svan?
Yeah, and we kind of hit on it before when we were talking about how, like, even I love this book. It's a great book, and even at that point, they were saying like there was no definitive temples in evidence of existence, and now we know that not to be the case. That there were definitive temples for worship, and we have lots of archaeological proof of it. I wouldn't say the problem. Archaeology is great and it's good and it helps a definitive amount. The only problem is that context of it. When we talk about, most of the burials, and when we think of things, we don't think of them. We think of them broadly. For instance, Viking helmets. We know they don't have horns now. Most everybody knows that. But what they don't know is we really only have 3 of them. We have 3 intact metal ones. We can assume based off of art and drawings from like medieval manuscripts that they wore conical helms, but a lot of people have argued that was a helmet style of the age, and they were drawing people from elder times in their context. So archaeology has helped us find nose pieces for what might be a conical helmet. So I think archaeology really has 2 things. It can clear up misconceptions that gaps that we have, but it also kind of in a way creates more gaps. If you look at the funerary ships and, you see the ladies that of high status that are laid to rest there, and you see the women next to them, it's not known whether or not they were daughters and if they died because like a natural or a sickness, or if that woman was sacrificed with the queen. So it adds more ponderings, but it does seem to answer a certain amount of things and other things that we have to take into context. Again, not every Viking warrior had a sword. Not every Viking warrior had a helmet. We only have 3 helmets to even conceptualize what they might have looked like. Most people think of like Viking swords as double-sided, but now archaeologically we have found many single-sided Viking swords. And I'm not saying that the Vikings were rolling around like, samurais or something, ninjas, but again, people just get in the concept of one way. And I think archaeology allows us to break that apart. In Egil Saga, when they talk about halberds instead of axes, and then people found out from archaeology that they had these big cleaver axes that were kind of interesting, like bill hooks, stuff that was later in the medieval ages. Archaeology is awesome. And I think that, especially like when you said in reference to oathing to Uller and the significance, the cult of Uller in the Nordic countries was far more extensive than anywhere else in Europe, in my opinion, based on the evidence we have right now. Archaeology could change that. But I guess the overall point is the significance of archaeology in relation to our faith. I think it's huge and it helps us out, but we need to focus on overall perception of what archaeology does, the questions it creates, and the questions it could possibly answer. It ends up becoming an open-ended thing, creates more.
So everything, I agree with everything Svan said. To add to it on what my thoughts on why that is, that some of our things are left written as being speculative, even when they're very, very provable, whereas other things are taken with very little resistance. Archaeology is one of the most I don't know, politically influenced branches of science.
There is that.
People have built entire lives based on theories that if you find evidence that challenges or discredits that theory, then that deconstructs their entire claim to fame. So you have this entrenched archaeological culture to where these 70-year-olds sit around and they don't let new theories come forward a lot, because if not, they feel like their past 50-year career in archaeology has been completely invalidated. And it's really unfortunate, but that happens very often I've heard that from anything that I look at in archaeology that challenges norms and paradigms gets that same treatment. And I've heard a lot about that lately in research that I've been doing. So that's very common. It's really hard to reformat what people think of different historical subjects and archaeological subjects, because it completely invalidates something that a person who's developed a lot of status and say in that community and ability to hold things down, it completely invalidates that person's life's work. So they are viscerally connected to fighting tooth and nail to poke holes in any possible change in those paradigms. And that happens very often, unfortunately.
I wanted to say about the steed. I just looked it up.
Okay.
The word steed seems to also come from stada. So steda means the place where you are standing. Stada means to stand, and they're referring to the position you take when you're in the stirrups of a saddle. You're like standing. So the word steed in application to horses seems to come from that. Though that I don't think was the common usage of the word horsa and equos and fert, and all those are more common. But the word steed stems from standing in relation to the way you ride a horse. So.
All right. So next question. How common was animal and human sacrifice in history? Extremely common, especially animal sacrifice. Up until very recently, historically, large portions of society were devoted to farming and ranching. That was the primary function of, if you look at like the social pyramid, that's the entire bottom of 2/3 of the pyramid is food production through those activities. So that produced an abundance of animal sacrifice culture. There was herds. It was ingrained as part of the culture. The idea of slaughtering and processing animals was was an everyday part of life. So animal sacrifice was extremely common. Human sacrifice, much less so historically. We don't hear about that being a common thing. And as we hear about it most often, either as spoils of war things, or if things were very dire. And I think we see that across the board when society is collapsing and there is rampant death and starvation and extreme circumstances. Human sacrifice is kind of a last plea of desperation for something. And we saw that, and we see it get less and less as a society develops and has, more structure and becomes more civilized. We saw that again in the very archaic periods in Greece and Rome. That was a thing, human sacrifice. But as they civilized and grew an infrastructure where they weren't at the brink of destruction all the time, it happened less and less. And I'm trying to remember the specifics, but there was a crisis in Rome one time that it was so bad, it was forbidden to do human sacrifices for a long period, but they brought it back at one point because the situation was so dire. Like, cool, we're opening it up for human sacrifices because we got to try something. Death is upon us. And so that was kind of I don't know, gives us a perspective on it is an act of desperation. And even when you see it in Germanic contexts, it wasn't, you don't see it gratuitously used and you don't see it referred to very often. It's like a special occasion or the sacrifice of a king or over a particularly noted victory. And it's not all of the people that, it's not all of the slaves, because again, slave culture was important too. So the trade in slaves or the use of slaves on your lands, largely because of the agricultural society that I mentioned earlier, they didn't just off huge numbers of people as a sacrifice to celebrate victories. That wasn't a common thing. There would be a very small number that would happen to. So you still had a very viable population of slaves to sell or to impress into service. Svan, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I think you've covered. I mean, when we talk about animal sacrifice, I think the only thing I would say too is I've had people argue with me about the idea that since there were cattle and cattle sacrifices in Arabic or Semitic lands, people that speak from the language of Shem, that they are somehow connected to, say, like the Aryan sacrifice culture. But you will notice that sacrificing is different amongst like Aryan groups versus, say, Dravidian Indians or the Shemitic speakers of Shem.
Very much so.
Yeah, the purposes of sacrifice are very different. Sacrifice seems to be very much a kind of universal religious trait within ethnic faiths across the world, but their purposes and desires and reasonings are very different. And again, this applies to the human as well. The elements of like war death, sacrificing your enemy that was captured to the gods. Oftentimes, it can be seen as very barbaric, but you're considering the times of things, lots of things were pretty crazy then. And so the idea again is some of them too come from written accounts from people who don't like the people they're writing about. Bear that in mind as well. So if they're writing this account about a Germanic tribe and they want to tell their king or emperor or whoever, or their legate, that, hey, these people are absolutely uncivilized and we could never, ever control them because they do this, 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 and this, and this, it's going to be a laundry list of garbage. They kill their parents. They mate with animals. They kill the war dead. They don't even take prisoners. They eat flesh. These things are huge moral infractions that are being propagandized for reasons. So we got to make sure we look through that as well. But when we talk about Nordic culture, and we talk about the gods, there, the reference of the king that held lots when he got, where they were going to give a sacrifice to Odin. It seems so matter of fact that when they got there, they were going to sacrifice one of their own. And the king thought he could get away with it by giving himself the improper thing. He pulled the short stick, if you will, and he was like, okay, well, we'll just hold a mock sacrifice. And then Odin turns his rope into real rope, and then he gets speared by the real spear, because all gifts given to Odin takes. I think that story may have a lot more significance into the idea of both how sacrifices to Odin were done, and not necessarily that it actually happened, because one of the things that I think interesting about that story is the sacrificing of their own when they get to land. Taking from their numbers seems a little out of place there. And I think that may be the context that starts where we can conceptualize that story might have more of a symbolic significance of sacrifices to Odin that perhaps were witnessed or poetically accounted, turned into stories, things of that nature. So even by the time that story was written down, it was convoluted as to exactly what happened in human sacrifices. They've heard about it, they talked about it, but nobody had ever attended one or seen one. Outside of everything that Asatru really said, I just wanted to key in on those key points of context that we should consider.
So the next question, do you guys have permission to perform pyre funerals? Is that part of the religion? know that, okay, funerals, and again, I don't know, because this reaches an international audience, rules governing that vary dramatically from state to state, certainly, here in the United States, from country to country, certainly. I have known people that wanted to do that and have that happen. I have not known of anybody who has done that, or certainly any of our Gothar have not officiated a funeral pyre. We do, it is part of our faith that we do encourage cremations. But that's fairly arbitrary as well. That many different ways of handling the dead have happened through our folk. Cremation specifically has an association with the cult of Odin and the idea of all the processes that Svan and I talked about on the soul migrating to different places, the pieces that need to sinking down into the self, and the other things that are only necessary for an existence in this world, in this place, kind of cast off. And it's this slow process, whereas our ancestors thought that by burning the body immediately, we were sending the soul on to the next location and hastening that. And so yes, in a perfect world, if we had more say and the ability to do whatever we want, I think a funeral pyre would be an amazing thing to do and would love for us to do it. Currently, I am unaware of any location that it is legal for us to do, but it does raise questions because that's a similar practice to the way that Hindus, or at least some sects of Hinduism, process their dead. So I'm curious about that. And by that same token, if we had AFA members in India, they could probably do a pyre just fine. Do you know any more about that, Svan?
I was gonna say that, cremation, like when we burned the boat, the ashes were already cremated, so that's worth noting. That there's a possibility to have a memoriam structure built to be burned, but burning a funeral pyre in California, probably a no-go. Not going to happen just because of the reality of things. I remember, they're arguing with some people saying that, we're not reconstructing, we're modern, and the reconstruction of our faith is the most important thing. And this is one of the topics I've often brought up to them. Like, okay, what are you going to do about funerals? I mean, you're going to burn on pyres? Because if we're talking about the reconstruction of that specific funeral rite, if you don't do that, then are you really reconstructing things and not just modernly LARPing? And so that conversation brewed up some research on my end. The problem is you can actually apply to the state to create cemetery space on land that you own for like a family estate, but the body has to be buried and somebody has to go out there to make sure there's not like a water source or, an underground river or something, that can be contaminated or something. People will go out and look, and if they're good to go, they're going to say, yeah, you could do that. And you plot out the land and they will not mess with that cemetery, unless it gets completely swallowed up by the earth. However, when you burn someone, that means that you could become problematic to other people around you. If you're in like Montana or, farm country and you're burning something, and that could cause issues elsewhere. So one of the arguments that I just wanted to bring this up is about the reconstruction versus modernism. And I've always felt that modernism had its point, and what Asatru said, it would be great if we could do that. I had even thought about the idea of creating funerary cages, in the shape of a Hoff, but made of iron with grid to keep the flames from, the flames could pass through it, but none of the ash or spark would be able to pass through. So you build the pyre inside this kind of like permanent funerary Hoff cage, and then you light the body and hopefully with the cage being built to keep the embers from spreading. But at the end of the day, you got it. We follow the laws for reasons in regards to these things. And I think cremation, I'm not a fan of crematoriums, and I would love for the AFA and Asatru to have crematoriums that are in relation to our religion through members of our church. That would be great if that could happen everywhere. But yeah, that's long down the line, and being realistic is not. But if everyone was Asatru in the United States and every city had a funerary site to where the people getting cremated there were all folk and Asatru, that would be phenomenal. But the reality of it is, crematorium and then at memoriam with a burning afterwards is probably the closest you're going to get to that.
All right. Is the AFA considered a religious entity? Can they perform funerals? Yes and yes.
Yes.
Like we are legally recognized in the United States as a 501c3 charitable religious organization. That's the designation that all churches and houses of worship fall under. And we've had that since 1995. And we mentioned this earlier. We absolutely can perform funerals. We've performed many funerals. I've performed quite a few. Svan sounds like he has performed several. That is something that our Gothar do. Gentlemen, can you touch on a subject of ritual blessings and cleansing on a freshly purchased land? Please. What outdoor sacred objects like totems are appropriate in modern Asatru? So we talked about land takings earlier, but Svan, can you talk about what sort of outdoor sacred objects are appropriate in an Asatru context?
Well, one thing if we're talking about based off of lore and traditions and some cultural ideals, one of the big things, taking the land by fire, carrying a lantern, carrying a torch, carrying some form of light to the four corners, which can be defined as you see fit. It doesn't have to be in a square, but it could be, four distinct spots. I have heard of people placing warded hazel rods, taking hazel rods and carving runes of protection upon them and hammering them into the ground, underneath the ground entirely, not open and available. The only thing I would greatly go against is placing any sort of totems or imagery that has offense to the land vitir. And that generally, culturally speaking, no grimacing faces, no bulging eyes and tongues, and no great horrifically scary things to scare off spirits was generally seen. But the idea, again, I like the idea of carving either runes of protection or even carving in English. It doesn't have to be runic. Our language is Germanic, so you can create a prayer of protection and hammer it in a hazel rod and hammer it down in the ground, and then carry yourself to the next point, hold up and tell the land spirits that you're going to take this land and that it is your stewardship and that you are responsible for it. And that's another thing about land takings is a lot of people think it's, in context of like today with like leftism and like, white people taking land and all. It's about taking responsibility of the land. It's about caring for it. It's about making your borders. I think a lot of people, it resonates with them in certain shows that are on right now, like ranchers defending their lands. And I'm not doing any plug. I've never watched the show Yellowstone, but kind of in that vibe of the ideas that owning land and protecting it at all costs, that's very Germanic and Anglo, and we get that. That's what land taking is. You're taking on that land and the responsibility and all the people on it and all the life, the cattle and everything. And if something bad happens on that land, you're negotiating not only with the living, but with the unseen, the hoodle folk, the land spirits. You're saying, I'm responsible. If anything goes afoul, I'm the man that's going to be showing up at your doorstep to explain why, what, and how can we make amends. So that's what you're doing, is you're going there and claiming and taking merit of that land, and you're connecting yourself to it. So carrying that light, maybe placing a rod in the ground with something written on it would be a good idea. And then moving to a central space like a vey or an altar, a staller, and holding the final part there where you maybe extinguish the light into the earth as the final closing of that, saying it's, ask the gods to give you guidance, ask the gods to protect and look over, ask your ancestors to look over. but ultimately, or sometimes even to placing things over doors. I have a sun and rod on my door with the runes around it. I got that from a gentleman who makes hex signs for from Pennsylvania Dutch. Really cool. I have horseshoes and brooms over my front door and back door, and that's just an old thing, obviously European, but also in Iceland as well. And placing those things at those times would be good as well, but ultimately walking the land and then working your way inward is the best way to go.
All right. Well, all right. Last question. Is destiny manifestation go against the faith's view of violence only in defense? So we have no view of violence only in defense. What we do have is we're law-abiding citizens. If we were a nation state, there's a lot of circumstances that violence is appropriate. As citizens, there are very few instances where violence is appropriate. And as you mentioned, often those are in a very defensive nature. But we have no general prohibition against violence or attitude against it. And we're also not opposed to colonization or conquest or things of that nature. Our ancestors did those things so we could have nice things. If it wasn't for that, most of us would not be where we are. Most of us would not have the things that we have. So violence is all about the context of the world that you're living in, the situation that you're living in, and your various purposes. But we don't have any, we're not pacifists as a faith. But we are law-abiding citizens that don't go out and break laws. And when we're in spots that restrict violence, we obey those laws and behave ourselves. Svan, do you have anything to add to that?
Could you read the question again? Just because I caught.
Yeah, it was
the destiny part threw me off.
Okay, is destiny manifestation go against the faith's view of violence only in defense? And it's written awkwardly, but comparing manifest and destiny, the only thing that comes to mind is the conquest of North America by the United States from sea to shining sea.
Right. Okay, and that makes perfect context to your answer there. I was thinking of the idea, like, were they talking about how destiny and fate and things that lead us towards perhaps inevitable conflicts that we might find ourselves in? Does that go against the idea of defending ourselves in those moments? That's where I was going with that one. But as you started answering it, I was like, wait a minute, I read that entirely.
Well, it was, and no disrespect, it was written awkwardly, and I'm not sure if the person who wrote it was an English speaker as their first language. So I think maybe that's why the word order was a little bit different.
Yeah, in relation to, from your perspective of that question, the way you answered it, I agree obviously I would agree because you are correct. But the couldn't get any clearer in that answer too. I just didn't quite understand because I heard it wrong. But also too, yeah, I think it's important that we realize that when it comes to personal self-defense, that is a huge factor in, I think, our faith. But it's within, again, the law is important. Frith is based around law too. We have a god of law. We have Forsetti, and we try to attain things through proper channels. But if you're trying to defend yourself, by all means, the Second Amendment and just in our faith in general, having the ability to defend yourself is important. But it also makes you incumbent upon nobility. When you have a weapon and you have a noble soul, those two coincide to you to being a moral, prudent, and adjudicating person. It doesn't mean you're a pacifist. It doesn't mean that you have to, but it requires upon us to be lawful, to consider that when we take things over or when we conquest things, there is things that must be built and structures that must be had. And there are things that, we save and we keep it safeguarded. I was recently hearing somebody's like, oh, the people in England need to give all those artifacts back. And considering the countries they took them from at the time, you're lucky they did, because of the countries were like boiled into like cannibalism and full on war and burning things down, so on and so forth. But yes, I agree with what you said. I just wanted to hit those points as well.
No, and I also think, depending upon the person asking the question or what their religious background is, we live in a pretty soft world as far as social things go. And many, most religions that he may come in contact with in his day to day, and certainly if he's looking into paganism, most quote unquote paganism, it's a lot of nonviolence. There's a lot of talk about pacifism, and Jesus talking about turn the other cheek, and pagans, talking about not harming anybody. And so I can understand why it's a question to ask. But no, Asatru has no blanket opposition to violence. Violence is contextual on when and when it's not appropriate. But hey, I appreciate everybody with their questions tonight. You guys had a lot of really good questions. Svan, I always appreciate you coming on. It adds so much. And I don't think you monitor the social media the way that I do, but we always get great feedback from all the episodes you're on. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, I hope to see some of you guys at Midsummer at Odensoff. Until then, or until next week when I talk to you, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.